It's poison vapors. You killed it in the year 335. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was struck down by you. But we did have one dwarf die shortly after it died. Probably of the poisonous vapors, actually. Had to restart the computer. Mouse inputs broke when your keyboard fell off desk. Fixed by restart. Well, there you go. Glad it was fixed by restart. I mean, there isn't too much that we can really find out right now. The deep sea fish in the second. I don't think so. Yes. No, you died in the final year. You were slain by Tosid Roughness Stab. Although you fought in the Assaults of Craziness. You threw Zuglar partnered lashes against an obstacle, causing immediate death. You threw somebody against a wall so hard they died. So there is that. You were tantruming, so that's probably got something to do with it. And then Tosid slayed you. So you died to dwarves in the fort. Basically, you started tantruming. Which is, I don't know, kind of badass in its own weird way. So I'm curious about something. What the heck was the name of that spear that I stole in adventure mode? What the heck was the name of that spear? The one the Etten had? Not the one the Etten had. The one that we stole in adventure mode and then brought to another, and then brought to my last fort, and then it was stolen after a bit, and then I never got around to recollecting it. It was like Nokim Ikir or something, but I'm trying to remember. It was the something of waiting. The nail of waiting. Yeah, there it is. Found it. That was easy. I'm just curious as to where it is. Because we stole it. But I just want to know, and then it was stolen from us. So I'm curious as to where it ended up. Yeah, because it was kept in stick standards. We stole it. I'm just curious as to where it is right now. Yeah, because Urist Landwalk got 8 kills with it, which is down at the bottom. That was my adventure. So it's somebody... They're plotting to steal it. It's currently in Beers Balanced. Well, it was lost in Beers Balanced. Wherever that is. All right, well, any particular dwarf or character you guys want me to look up? Or should we just dive into new game? What do you think, chat? How are we feeling? Because while I have adventures open now, or legends open, now's the time I can look up stuff. Seeing a lot of unknown creatures ever since I swapped over to the beta. How many notable kills did you get? None. Wait, actually, sorry. No, I need to scroll to the bottom. One notable kill. You killed Tig the Forgotten Beast. Which was the only one of its kind, a serpent composed of flames. It had wings and it undulated rhythmically. Yeah, this was the one that you 360 no-scoped with a crossbow. How many did you have? I'm assuming this would be you, Craft Joyous. You had 1 kill, you killed a giant wren. You were slain by a black monster, Tomb Hells. That thing was tough. Like, those gigantic birds are strong. I mean, I could look up K-Nord, because you're here. You were struck down by the Spectre of Salt, Dream Mirror, the Secretive Deceiver. What a name. Who was struck down by the Dwarf Moldath, spear clasped the granite body of worship with a bronze short sword. Who had 5 notable kills. Who was bled to death, slain by the Red Spirit. That's kind of crazy. Did you have any? Scroll back. Close some of these tabs. Nope. You're also still alive. Also, you worship a bronze colossus? Dubiously? You worship Nethu Rungboard, the impervious, the bronze colossus. You're a dubious worshiper. But you're also a faithful worshiper of Gemset, so it's not your most important god, but like, it's kind of cool, actually. But yeah, still alive. You actually plotted to steal Horror Combed under the influence of the human necromancer Zomuth Speaker Butted in 424. And then you were convicted of theft by the Hot Sparks and beaten and imprisoned for a term of 1 month. So you tried to steal an item unsuccessfully. You also tried to steal the Cloister Nation, the Continents of Reason, under the human once resting zombie Sethro, and you didn't get in trouble for that at any point. Apparently, you also clashed with 1,244 goblins. Slaying two, what? Hold on. Excuse me? Why is there a different name here? Anyway. That's kind of interesting. Cashmere, what's up? Thanks for 10 bucks.
Zero it cheered. X1000.
That's somebody else I can look up.
New fort. Woohoo.
Cashmere the Third, what were you doing? You bled to death. You were slain by the Red Spirit's Singe Dream. Those things killed a lot. Worship Nish. You killed a giant wren. You created the Swamp of Fealty, which is a legendary glass figurine of Gmur Sunkweighted. Which is pretty rad, gotta say. Okay, so we've completed the mountain home of Fire Orb, and I think it's time for us to go play some forts. So now we get to figure a few things out. Same faction, chat? I think there's enough dwarves still alive in that fort that we should play as the same faction, because we'll get a lot of migrants. You know, and that would be fun, I think. Unknown creature appeared in Legends mode. It was inevitable. Yeah, it's interesting, though, because, like, I have the unknown creatures disabled. You actually have a morning now, but you don't know what the fuck to do with yourself before work? I used to, when I worked super early mornings, I used to wake up at, like, 11 o'clock at night, because I worked, like, 4 a.m. or something. Like, I had to be at work. I had to leave for work at 4 a.m. for about 6 months. And when I was doing that, I would wake up at, like, 11 o'clock at night. Is that 2 volcanoes? Yeah, but they're not close enough to be in one map. They're pretty far apart. That one is Iron and Tin. You know, I'm not going to lie. This would actually... I don't know if I want to do another volcano fort right after a volcano fort, but that would be kind of fun, being on a mirthful volcano. Iron and Tin. At least they have iron. Yeah, there's a lot of volcanoes on this map. Like, you know, there's also this one up here. That's a really steep one. Like, that would be kind of nuts. Although this is Untamed Wilds, and there's no metal whatsoever. Although there's iron and tin down there. I mean, there's also this one that's in the Horay Fires of the... What is this? The Spine of Sacrifices. But again, no metal. Nothing. So... What could the opposite of a volcano fort be? Well, I mean... You know? Tempting. Probably, yeah, just a hole in the ground would be the opposite of a volcano fort. Is it hammer time? Well, here's the other thing. Alien Slayer is still queen. We have to decide what faction we want to play. I kind of want to stay the Steel Mirrors because that was a pretty fun faction to play as. Ooh. That could be interesting. Is there any elevation here? This could be should we do, I think we should do a test embark right here. Or maybe right here even. Because these all have silver and copper. That's mirthful. This has iron. Under the Dunes of Serenity. Iron and Flux, Major River. There are trees, but they're scarce. You know, I want to know what this would look like. I'm really curious. I'm just going to do a quick play now and take a peek. I would love to know what this embark looks like. You know, this might be it. Chat, this might actually be it. What do you think? It's very rare that I just look at an embark and go, why is there blood on the ground? Snapping turtles? I think. Oh, yeah. Well, I got it. That looks weird and scary. Watch all the traders show up on the other side. I'm just curious, what animals are on the map? Sea lampreys, common snapping turtles, sturgeons, carp. I like snapping turtles in real life are funny. Lots of sand. Sandstone. Yeah, I don't know. This is just such a unique spot. Okay, there's one other area along this thing I want to look at. But chat, are you guys okay with me sticking with the exact same faction? You should have asked me that a minute ago when I was in here. I can look it up in Legends. Give me a sec. Out of casa. You bled to death. You were slain by the gray brute, frothy, adored the plain. What's up, Disco? Turtles are out in Force in Carolina. It's mating season. Years ago, well, there was this wildlife rescue that I used to do. I used to go to maybe once a year. I don't use any mods, no. Playing vanilla. And they would always have snapping turtles, and they would, like, basically just let them bite onto the side of Rubbermaid containers. And it was just, there's something about snapping turtles where they are such dopey little creatures that just bite whatever's in front of them. It's like, you know, I kind of respect it. They snapping turtles are good critters. So that was where we just were, right there, right? There's also this whole area, which is kind of a weird mess. This area is neat specifically because of the good biome. This is the other one I want to test, though, right here. I'm kind of tempted to test this one right here, and then maybe up this side as well. But these areas over here could also be cool. Chat, what would you like to see? Would you like to see option A over here or option B over here? This is the same world, Creed. Same world. Everybody's saying option B. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure I like that one as much, but it still looks pretty wild. I mean, the curve is a little sharp. With a little bit of good biome over here in the corner, and a little more good biome over here in the corner. I think I like the other one more, but let's go check out option A. I've got a separate save file portioned off, and I will chuck it up on Discord this evening. I was going to chuck it up on Discord, but it was like too big, so I'll do that later. But I do have copies of the save file. Also, like if you scroll up in the announcement section a lot, to where I saved the fire orb save, or shared the fire orb save, you can get a fresh copy of this save file. Or if you go too far out, the world starts breaking. Oh, the world breaks in lots of places in Dwarf Fort. You don't have to go too far out for that to happen. Okay, let's try... Oopsies. Click too far. This one. Because this one will still also have good biome. This has silver and copper, so. Yeah, let's go one tile further down. I still think that first one that we tried was the best, though. Ooh. So this one is just a river running through. I thought there would be like a cross-section river. Oh, no, there is. Okay, there it is. Okay, so this is a number 2 for me. I think that first one is still my favorite. What is that? Chat, we have red pandas. All the furries wake up. I love this canyon. It's got alligators. It's got sea lampreys, red pandas, alligator snapping turtles. Red pandas are kind of cute, but they're weird little creatures. Is it possible to keep a red panda bear in the base? I'll just respond with text because I don't know if you're an ad. All right, so I'm between this one and the first one that we looked at. Let's go do pros and cons now. Yes, I did definitely do some stuff in World Gen. There's more rain, wider caverns, higher volcanism, and higher erosion, which is why there's so many rivers. And it's also one big landmass. It's not islands. Also, hi, JJ, in the YouTube chat. Things are quiet. We didn't need any mods, so it's all good. But also, YouTube, folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 46 of you watching, and Well, 25 likes. You can do better than 25 likes. Yeah, no, they're in the raccoon family. Red pandas. Like, they're like raccoon monkeys. Monkey raccoons. They're a small red raccoon. I've been seeing raccoons a lot around town recently. There's a family of them that keep wandering through. Saw raccoons last night. Saw them a couple days before that. Yeah. So these are our options. Option A is this one. This one has the river all the way to the left of the screen and has iron and flux stone. Okay, that's option A. Option B, which is the one that we were just looking at, which is this one, has silver and copper. Could also look at this one, but I kind of want to have the good biome on the map, and this one wouldn't have the good biome on the map. This one was the one that was kind of ugly. The kind of fugly one. If we wanted more good... Okay, that doesn't have any metal on it. Oh yeah, also lower metal, which is why there's so little metal around. There's also some other areas down here that we could go to if we wanted, like, all one biome. Because this probably is a pretty cool spot. Big-ass waterfalls and such. Shatters you there. You know, when you say shatters, it sounds like it's halfway between a drugs thing. I wanted to see if this was a large river. Okay, that is a wild-looking waterfall. Huh. That is a very dangerous waterfall. Does look sick, yeah, but wildly dangerous. It's the coolest river so far. I think the coolest one's the first one. Major rivers are something. I mean, if chat overwhelmingly says all at once, that's it. That's the fort. We're doing the fort. Does that one have iron and flux? I think so. Did I tweak rivers? I increased erosion and added rainfall, so yes. You also have to remember it was a while ago that I made this world. I made this world back in April. So it's been a bit. Is there major river waterfalls? I've seen them before. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Because honestly, big waterfall is the polar opposite of volcano, right? Which is kind of what we're doing. Like, I could jump into this. Like, these all have iron and flux. Like, this is where we just were. Has iron and flux. This has iron and flux. This was the first one that we did, which has the small waterfall, which is probably my favorite one still. Could try this one. Although this looks like... Hold on. This looks like a major river waterfall. This has iron and flux, but it's Untamed Wilds. I kind of don't want to do Untamed Wilds again, because we just did that, but... Not a major river. Well, that... Okay, so this is the worst one we've seen so far. Ew, gross. Do rivers have a huge effect on FPS? They're like anything else. If they're blocking active pathing, yes. Very much so. If they're not blocking active pathing, not really. At least not on my computer. But here's the thing. I'm at the point now where I don't think I could legitimately tell most people if something has an effect on FPS or not, because I have a computer that is fat enough that most people don't have a computer that compares. At least most of the people playing this game, I find, don't. Like, chat, what CPU do you have? Just state it in chat. Because I have a Ryzen 7 7800X. And it's like, there's definitely people in chat that are going to have nicer stuff than me. But I feel like when I just go state on YouTube that, like, this improves your frame rate, half of the people are going to be like, I have this CPU from 8 years ago. And the game runs bad. So it's like, I feel kind of like I'm not bullshitting, but I can't legitimately say anymore what is good and bad for frame rate. And I felt this way for a bit. I'm gonna sync think, where have we not tried yet? I don't think we've tried this one. This one has silver and copper. Let's try right there, because that's 2 intersecting major rivers. It's not 2 intersecting major rivers. Game, you lied to me. My Pentium 2 is having trouble with Dwarf Fortress. Please help. I mean, hey. Okay, so I used to know somebody who played Dwarf Fortress on a Pentium 2. Jokes aside. But you know how he played? He literally had it set up so that his forts would never go above 40 population, and he had all of the numbers drop down by like 50 to 80%. So he had the exact same experience playing Dwarf Fort, but with tiny little forts with very few dwarves. It's basically playing RimWorld in Dwarf Fort. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, I have to stick a toothpick in my fan to not go deaf from the sound it makes. I have a question. You ever thought about just buying a quieter fan? They're not that expensive. I'm assuming that's sarcasm. So, years ago, I used to know a guy through work, and he had this computer that, it was a computer and it had a graphics card in it, right? The fan in his graphics card stopped working. Okay? The fan on his graphics card stopped working. So you know what he did? He took a space cooler, like those big square fans that you see in like warehouses and shit, put it to the next to his computer and taped it to his computer. Took the side panel off the computer and taped this massive fan to the side of his computer. And whenever he would turn his computer on, he plugged it into the same, what's it called? He plugged it into the same power bar, so when he turned the power bar to turn his computer on, it would turn the fan on. And just let it run the whole time. And then one day, he had a thing downloading, so he left and went out for lunch. And his roommate unplugged the fan, because he said it was too loud. Anyway, it almost burned their house down. Caught fire, and yeah. Anyway, that's how somebody I used to know got evicted. So I think this is our spot. I'll show this spot again. This does have iron and flux, but this is my favorite. That's a dumb roommate. Yep. Tegan wasn't smart. Anyway, this is my favorite one. What we could do, if you guys aren't totally sold on this, is I could go one square to the left and have more of the other side of the river, but I kind of like just having this canyon here. I kind of love this, actually, because I could just build into this wall here, and this could be the fort. The only problem I could see arising here is if traders decide to show up on this side. That would be a problem. But, like, make a long bridge. You want a dwarf with or a tunnel. Yeah. With a bunch of, well, see, here's the thing. I can't actually construct right there because it's too close to the edge of the map. So I probably would actually have to, I don't even know how to think about it. I can't dig to that side. Huh. Don't seem like enough space right now. Oh, I've seen traders try to show up in areas like that. I wonder. I mean, I could use migrants now and see where migrants show up, but I do like the edge of the world feeling. Very sketchy bridge incoming. I mean, so I think that's where we're gonna start, chat. I think we're going with that one. Siege could be deadly too. What, on that side? I mean, if the siege showed up on that side, I would just laugh at them and maybe fire a ballista at them. Because that would actually be an area where you could use ballistas. Or like catapults. Just let them dodge off the edge and laugh. That normally don't get underground. Yeah, no, absolutely. One tile. Doesn't need to be one tile wide. So I have a question. Do you guys like the river being right at the edge of the map like that? Or should we put it more in the middle? Because the other thing that we could do, if we're going in that spot, is I could do this. Go one tile over. Or actually just make it a 5x5, which is fine too. And then do this. Give us a bit more space on the other side. I think mechanically this would be better. But I think aesthetically the other way is better. I really like wide rivers, but I don't like them so much if they're turning, because they look weird when they turn a lot of the time. They look fine in adventure mode, but in fortress mode they just look odd. All of the iron is over in this desert. It's all wilderness, I think, although I need to double check. So there is iron, there is flux. If I actually look here, what do we have? Chert, rock salt. We got pink, boys. We got pink. That's a fun color. Yellow sand, of course. Yep, also feather trees. So many carp. It's gonna be so many dead fish. I think massive canyon and then a bridge down on like this level, just going from side to side. How can you judge if a biome is good or not? Here, I'll show you. So yeah, I think this is our embark. We're doing this. Is that blue sand? No, this isn't sand. This is good biome grass. So this is bubble bulb and downy grass. If the edge causes problems, it'd be a nice challenge. You mean if I only do the one tile on the edge, or you mean because I think we should do the 5x5 this size map. That is a huge feather tree down there. You like the bluegrass? So in order to get the good, I can show you how to get good biomes. But they need to have a specific icon on them in order to be like the goodest good biomes, if that makes any sense. Houses hanging from the bridges? I mean, we could do some houses. Because, well, I mean, I like the idea of, like, balconies popping out of here, you know? Because we've got all this chert up here, right? Could go down into the rock salt and dig out a quarry down here. And then build out of this wall. It's not on Discord. I was going to put it on Discord, but it was too big for Discord. Here, I'll put it onto Google Drive for right now. And stick that on Discord. Because it wasn't letting me upload it to Discord. But I do have a save for it. Let me go over to my drive real quick. Just uploading. Give it a sec. But yeah, I think we should do the 5x5 with the bigger thing on the other side because I'm just worried about trade caravans. We're going to have to build a bridge across it regardless, and this will just make the least problems. So yeah, I think we'll just go for this. It does have iron and it does have flux. God knows how deep they are. Oh, I should have checked how deep the map is. Oh well, that's fine. There is no aquifer on it, so I'm still dealing with that annoyance, but this map is just, this world is just lacking in aquifers anyway. All right, so Fire Orb is up. So this is the final save for Fire Orb. And I will stick it in the announcements section on Discord. So anybody with it can view it. There we go. Copy link. Done. There. It's now in. It's now on Discord. You guys have access to it now. You will have a fort that you need to retire. So. You like the bigger Embark? Yeah. Yeah. Me too. So for good biomes, the way you find good biomes is there's 3 different difficulty types for biomes, right? There's Calm, Wilderness, and Untamed Wilds. Untamed Wilds is the one that attacks you. Different, then there's also evil biomes and good biomes. Good biomes are Serene, Mirthful, and Joyous Wilds, and also... Okay, for a second there I thought that was a major river going through a haunted biome. I was about to say that is fucking cool, but there's Serene... Oh shit, okay, wait, are we? Okay, so no, we're not gonna end up in Untamed Wilds. Then there's Serene, Mirthful, and Joyous Wilds. Mirthful, Serene, and Joyous Wilds are the good variants of those. Joyous Wilds is the hardest one, or the one where the nature attacks you. Then there's Sinister, Haunted, and Terrifying, like these. So Sinister, Haunted, and Terrifying. Terrifying is the meanest of the bunch, the one where nature attacks you. Looking to see if I can, find some Terrifying, but it's mostly just Sinister. At the end of simply put, if you want to get good grasses, you have to look for these flower icons. If you don't see these flower icons, then you're not going to get good grasses. And you can absolutely settle somewhere that's joyous, where you're not going to have the good grasses. That make any sense? It's like, this is a Joyous Wilds forest, which also this area looks awesome now that I'm looking at it. But not enough elevation changes for me to care. So if you're settling somewhere that's a good biome, like this would have the good grasses, right? It's a serene area. This probably won't have any of the haunted plants, even though it's a haunted area. This probably won't either. This definitely will. Same with this area. But you can also have like good areas that don't have those little speckles all over them, and they won't have those plants. So if I say settle like in a corner here without those little speckles, then I probably won't get the good grasses. Mirthful, yes. Mirthful is the wilderness equivalent. Haunted one is, so haunted biomes have a variety of different effects that can be on them. Oh, this does have a light aquifer. Oh, neat. I'm happy. Haunted ones are evil biomes, so they can have one of various different effects on them. Basically, if you're a new player and asking me, you probably don't want to be playing on a haunted biome. Because haunted biomes are like, you can get good, like as in like good aligned grasses. Sorry, that's like, it's hard to like confirm on that. Yes, good mosses, exactly, pet the moss. I love how much that emote's getting used for how stupid it is. But yeah, no, haunted biomes are like, you could have clouds of dust that come through that turn your dwarves into walking husks. You could have, just random zombies walking in and out of the map. You could have just flying undead things that walk into the map. Anything dies on the map could come back as undead. Basically, be careful with haunted biomes. Haunted biomes are playing Dwarf Fortress in tedium mode. Also, it could like rain blood. You know, maybe you're a big Slayer fan and you want that. You just want it to start raining like pus. Yeah, it could rain and make your dwarves fall asleep or go into a coma. Okay, so the theme for this fort is everybody gets an office, or everybody gets a bedroom, a tomb, and a workshop. It's a Gwar concert, basically. So now I need to figure out the name for this fort. How about Complex Home? I will be limiting the population on this one and pushing it up slowly. I think we're gonna start with 40. The other idea was tomb home. Home tomb? Tomb home. Because everybody gets a tomb. Do unusual rains upset dwarves? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah, I do. Oh yeah, I do. Tomb complex could work. How about this? Standard home. Standard tomb. Liquid Death. I'm pretty sure that's already a brand name. We could just call it Standard Home and be like the blandest Dwarf Fortress name ever. Tubecraft is okay from YouTube chat. What if we're vegan though? Into radios. You know, we'll float the idea on that one, but what if we call this Aw, man. Wanted to call it the World Fall. The Big Fall. It's the big waterfall. Cryptome does sound pretty dope, actually. The what would I call a suburb? The OK Pines? Do not bike here is what I would call it. Because you'll get lost. Everything goes in fucking circles. Your current site government is the Brotherhood of Steel. Did you do that yourself or was that generated? Because if that was generated, I'm going to call bullshit. If you did that to yourself, I'm going to go, ah, yes. I think we're going to go with the Big Fall. But for the fortress... Standard Home, the Crypt. Crypt Tomb. Crypt House. What's rancid about it? Why is it rancid? Why is it rancid all of a sudden? Like, in the middle of the crypt house. You call it Bridge Crypt. They're all going to be in little clusters. I need to come up with, like, basically what I want to do is I want to build little... Here's kind of my image for this fort. I want, instead of building, like, rows of bedrooms like I normally do, I want to have big open areas, kind of like a town. But I want to sort of build every dwarf their own little house. And each little house is going to have a, like, the amenities that they need. A bedroom. A workshop area. If I get fancy, maybe stockpiles, or I'll do clusters of little ones for specific jobs. Their own workshop. And their own tomb. All around that little house. And when they die, I want to just lock the door. Unless it's like a couple, in which case then they'll have two tombs beneath, and then the family will keep going. So if like the family tree ends, if like the couple dies basically, then the kids get to live there if they had kids. If they didn't have kids, then, you know. I'm really guilty, sir. Yes, you. I bought the game yesterday. Well, since you bought Dwarf Fortress, I've got more money for you to spend now. Go buy Path of Acra. And Caves of Cud, and Brigador, and, you know, but welcome to the fold, one of us. Like a gilded tomb, sort of, yeah. How about this? I got an idea. Ah, man, family isn't a word. I was gonna say family tomb, or family crypt. Call it partner crypt? Crypt? Partner crypt? Partnered crypt. That's too hard to say. Heirloom crypt is all I could do. I don't think heirloom is a word in this. Clan is... I know Brigador. I've 100%ed Brigador. I could call it kin crypt. What? I don't know why it's like defaulting to king. Kin. Kin. It's like tin. That would be the idea, Reinhardt, yeah. That would be the idea. So each house has its own little quarter in the fort? Yeah, basically. Tomb raided? You mean Tomb Raiders? Use Tin++ on your install? I read the comics. I don't know what the software is. You are the second person to ask me that today, and I will answer this question for the second time. No, because this game doesn't need them. Real Chainsaw. Oh, true. Legacy's not a bad word. There's no legacy, though. Rumble. All right, is that an adjective, though? Legendary. Could call it Legend Tomb. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's call it Legend Home. I'll be honest, the reason I'm like hesitant to use the word crypt is that's the beginning of my emotes. Dynasty? Dynasty's not a word. We could call it Ancient Legend, but that would imply that it's been around a while, so. Or how about this? We are in a good biome after all. Sprithome? I'm like trying to make this sound positive, and Indiridius is like, spit on the pit of dead or something. You're like out here just screaming Cannibal Corpse, and I'm like, but I just saw Unleash the Archers, so. I like Sprithome. Group named The Big Fall, which is the name of the, you know, the site government, because it's a big fall. Tomb of Happiness. We could call the symbol the home of Happy Chapels, the home of tombs. And then it'll be just an image of, well, not an image of a, well, let's do an image of a dwarf and an image of dwarves. Oh, God. Gotta delete the dwarf so that I can do dwarves. So it's an image of a dwarf and dwarves. The dwarves are praying. So many books. So many books. Skill Might Help is the name of a book, by the way. I would agree that skill may in fact help. I'll let you know the next time I'm making an evil fort in Doridius. Book called Competition, authored by an elf. It concerns the value of competition. Writing is fairly cheerful. Great City. Scroll rollers are made of jasper. Written on the item is a guide entitled Great City, authored by an elf. It concerns the town of Dabblebolted. Great author, great art. Are these all by the same person? Because that would be very funny. No, they're not. Waiting for them to write, Great Scott! A climate question. Oh boy, it's too real. A course on anatomy. Hello, Radbug. How are you? I don't know why I'm looking through all artifacts. Let's just say crown. And then let's say another dwarf. The dwarf is dead. The dwarves are admiring the dead dwarf. There's too many dwarfs. This is an image of a dwarf, dwarves, a crown, and a dwarf. The dwarves are praying. The dwarf is raising the crown. The dwarf is dead. The dwarves are admiring the dwarf. That kind of hurts my brain to read out loud, actually. What exactly am I doing? I'm designing the image for the fortress. Let's get rid of the bottom dwarf. And instead, let's say Gorlak. Gorlak is dead. Dwarves are admiring the Gorlak. Dwarf is admiring the Gorlak. Dwarves are weeping. Nope, no it is not. So this is an image of a dwarf. Dwarves, a crown, and a Gorlak. The dwarves are praying. The dwarf is raising the crown. The Gorlak is dead. The dwarves are admiring the Gorlak. The dwarves are weeping. And that is the home of tombs. Our symbol. So we are spirit home of the big fall. And the tomb of homes. Spec to the Gorlak. I think that works. So now I'm going to do the very logical thing, which is jump over to the animals tab and scroll down. Think about animals first, other things later. I mean, last time we did a whole lot of livestock training. Why would they have red pandas? This is the same faction as last time. There was a red panda just randomly on the map, but ducks? Why ducks? Why are you ducking for cover? It's not like you said something bad. I will take 3 turkeys, though. 4 turkeys, I lied. And some pigs, I think. Turkeys and piggies. We'll do that. And don't need that standing on thing. Step stool. I'm actually going to bring a crossbow with so that I can actually start up with a hunter. Enjoy your lurks, JJ. And let's just bring an extra pickaxe so we can mine a little quicker. How many points am I sitting on? Quite a few. You know, I'm going to do something kind of silly that some of you are probably going to look at and be like, Blind, why are you wasting your points? Let's bring some musical instruments. Some cheaper ones, though. They have to be cheap. Kilrud, Vadnus, and a Dasnist. Which I think is all of them. Nope, there's a few more down here. Let's bring 2 Rotoms. And whatever this is. Dwarf Fortress, the musical. I'm bringing a bunch of musical instruments because what else should I bring? Why not? And I got 26 points left. Bring some extra beer. And there we go. Points gone. So now dwarves. This keeps catching you off guard. It's an obnoxious sound command that I was dumb enough to give to chat. That's what that is. So if you pay for a tier 2 subscription, you can get access to the soundboard. Well, I mean, there's 2 boys here. We got Onal and Medtob. All right, chat. Name 1 skill. What is your favorite skill in Dwarfort? Okay, well, I will give Attis... Need to actually find it, though. Engraving. Attis can have engraving by chat's request. You, the next one here, let's say... Gem cutter. Eventually I will run out of these. Also give you some points in chemistry because that was requested, and a few points in math. Chat really likes engraving. Down here, well, let's go up to here, and we'll give you some musician. Let's say stringed instrumentalist. You can be a percussionist and wind instrumentalist and dancer. If I did have an extra point for that. Let's see. You can also be, because since you're the mathematician and chemist, we'll give you critical thinker. planting is actually useful. I'll take some planting because that's actually useful. Whenever I ask chat, they're always like, the least useful skills for the video game. But it's fine. It's not the hardest starts. Herbalist. Where is planter? Is it? Here it is. Critical. You can be a planter / carpenter. Be a point in masonry. And or a conversationalist. Competent even. Let's also go with a few points in lying, because that was a request. What's your bad with words? Okay, good memory, good intuition, high stamina. Values competition disdains stoicism. So mastering a skill. All right, so this dwarf can have some combat skills. We'll say, just give you some points in fighting, and then go over here, and then go to leader. 2 points in leader, 1 point, 2 points in tactician. 1 point in dancer for the lulz. And then you down here. Take one dwarf to lead them all and the others to laugh at them. Yes. Bring in woodcutter. Give you some points in masonry as well, and some weaponsmithing. Mostly weaponsmithing. And then this one down here at the bottom, who's a miner currently, but has extra skill points left. Give him diagnosis and surgery. I mean, that's useful, actually. How dare you give me useful recommendations? You know, in reality, I probably should give them all, like, swimming. Because of the map we're on. All right. I think that's us, chat. So we are the Fortress of Sprithome. Of the Big Fall. And our image, our flag, if you will, is an image of a dwarf, dwarves, a crown, and a gorlak. The dwarves are praying. The dwarf is raising the crown. The gorlak is dead. And the dwarves are admiring the gorlak. The dwarf is admiring the gorlak, and the dwarves are weeping. Welcome to Sprithome, friends. And for anybody wondering, why do you spend so much time doing this? This is sort of like character creation in an MMO or a RPG, where this is like building the default start for your fort, right? So the more time I spend in this area, the more ideas I get for the fort itself. So that's why I spend so much time in this screen. But if you're subscribed to the channel, could I get a pickaxe? Or if you're not, just like a pickaxe emoji. And let's strike the earth, chat. And hope it doesn't crash. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Isan Onul. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the cougars get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here, at this place. Ubal Bom. Sprithome. Strike the earth. Now let's hope we don't get immediately murdered by that snapping turtle. But if we do, it's a sacrifice that we were willing to make. So, for those of you who missed it, this fort is immediately going to get a quick save. It's the first thing I'm going to do. So we're in early summer, which means we're probably not going to get traders until next year. Who is we? Thee, probably. Absolutely. New fort hype, hell yeah! So I'm kind of curious about who the expedition leader is. And I'm also kind of curious who's the first person that's going to notice that I just enabled dwarf redemptions. Welcome back, Pierre. I'm the expedition leader. Okay. Hide tutorials. There it is. Since I used that. Okay. So there's a turtle right there, and let's see what's on the map. Lots of common snapping turtles. So this isn't Untamed Wilds, this is just wilderness, which means we will get some pretty dangerous animals wandering in, but like, we're not gonna have to deal with anything crazy. I'm gonna go into my settings real quick here, and I'm gonna turn down the population. So I'm going to strict cap the population at 40. Let's turn up the number of children, because I think that would be fun. And population cap is 40. Let's do 40 and 40. Good luck. Darius, good luck. So the expedition leader is Ficod. Does this work for you? Ficod. Am I excited for F1 this weekend? So I'm somebody who likes going on vacation, like any normal human being, and I like traveling, like most people. I hate the process of traveling. I am dreading tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to be at an airport I have to be at the airport at 7 in the morning. It's about an hour's trip from here. So I'm very much looking forward to being there. I'm not looking forward to the process of getting there. It's like it's an hour and 40-minute flight, then a layover in Calgary, and then a 4-hour flight from Calgary. So it gives you a percentage of migrants that can be babies. Currently, it's 5%. Or not 5%. I moved it from 4% of the total to a higher percent. You get pretty anxious with airport stuff. Yeah, I just don't like airports. At least it's an hour and 40-minute layover, and that's a small airport that I'm going to, so it's enough time to easily find my next stop. But like, I don't like flying. But if you do live in the Montreal area and want to try and meet up at some point over the weekend, just DM me on Discord. All right. Especially if you're going to Formula One. Like if you're in the Montreal area and you're going to the Formula One race, just fucking call me and we'll hang out. You'll be working at F1 all weekend. Well, you should DM me. We'll come by. You can meet me and maybe one or two of my moderators. Because Stoned Hobo's coming to town and Orange TJ lives in town. So VIP backstage, I highly doubt that. I don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars. Unless you're talking about Pierre. I mean, maybe. So this right here is going to be Deep Sea Fission. Also, Deep Sea Fission. I love the fact that you use the redemption when you could just nominate somebody. Hey, tier 2s, you guys should nominate somebody to be a dwarf. You should do that while I read this, dwarf. You work for McLaren as a guest photographer? Wow! I'm jealous, actually. McLaren's a fun team. Only Rafts wants to dwarf themselves. Chat. Do we want to allow only Rafts to have a dwarf? You automatically hear Nyooms. Wait, hold on a second. Whose voice do you hear Nyoom in? Palm Top Pitbull. Or do you just think that word? Too late. Big Bang. Because there's a particular podcast that ends their episodes with Nyoom. Like the actual car sound? Okay, fair enough. She sees others as selfish and conniving and tends to avoid physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. I don't think I've ever seen that. She thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She tries to do things correctly before, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, prefers to present herself modestly, and has a flat and tends to. Also, chat room, can you please vote yes or no as to whether or not only Rafts can dwarf themselves? Yes or no? Does only Rafts get a dwarf? She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She has an active sense of humor, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She's quick to form negative views about things. She often feels negative views about things, often feels envious of others, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She often feels discouraged, and she is often nervous. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She enjoys the company of others, and she tenses up when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about inclement weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Values artwork and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. She likes slate, copper, pink jade, and durian wood, and the color clear and glass and giant black mamba tooth, and the color auburn. Grieves and pigs for their sense of smell, and the words of the pantomime of tweeting. And when possible prefers, and the sight of the diamond silver, and when possible prefers to consume sea nettle and jellyfish and tomato wine and teff, and absolutely hates moon snails. So, for reference, we are right here. Okay? This is our faction. This is my old fortress. Wow, that is a big population. Good Lord. Fire Orb be doing good since dropping the ball. Chat room, what kind of dwarf does only Rafts get? That's our options. Which one do only Rafts get? As for this particular dwarf, they of course have 6 friends. They are a member of the Cult of Controllers. I wonder if that's an Xbox or a PlayStation controller. Tessum Ikudlorbam is their god of choice. And I kind of want to start this fort off by building a surface tavern. True, it's the Twitter Xbox cult. Okay, so I've gotten one for Eral, peasant. Eral the peasant is the one with the military skills. So if we're going to do that, because I've seen military dwarf, although, okay. Chat room, this needs, okay, chat, I have a question. I'm just going to state this out loud because it's easier this way. Does only Rafts get the dwarf who's fishing right now, Attis, the gem cutter, Amost, or the peasant? Who do we give them? The peasant is the one with the military skills. Someone needs to break these ties, chat. I'm going to allow YouTube to break the tie here. We're getting Narrow. You know what? I'm just going to call you Rafts. Because this is easier this way. Because then we can keep you separate from the previous one. She's grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She tends to not reveal personal information, though she is conflicted by this. She dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract. She is quite ambitious and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, occasionally overindulges, and is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is trusting, and she scratches her nose when she's nervous. She bites her nails when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Rafts is better. We'll just go with Rafts with the letter A instead of the number. Yeah, there you go. And she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally holds the idea of competition among the most important and would encourage it whenever possible. Sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and values nature and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Seems like a decent military captain aside from the part that she's probably planning a coup. She is bad with words though, so she stumbles on things all the time. She is a member of the Wealthy Order. They're the god of, that's the god of wealth, I think, like the god of wealth and money. She likes olivine, bismuth bronze, citrine, cedar wood, cod tooth, and the color eggplant, warhammers, greaves, and quivers. Oh man, it's a pity we didn't sell in the place with silver because we could have made warhammers. Warhammers, greaves, and quivers, and giant wombats for their waddles. And the sound of the zephyr of glimmers on the sight of the umber skirt, when impossible prefers to consume dwarven beer and absolutely hates hamsters. And you got very long hair, which is tied in a ponytail. You've got kindred spirits and friends, and you remember the big fall, of course. I'm actually going to start this fort off by doing something I don't generally start off with. We're gonna go right here and go bonk, make a zone. And I want them to walk away from that creek. Walk away from the creek, dwarves. Walk away from the creek. Please walk away from the creek. And then right here, we're gonna make a pen pasture. And put all the animal in there. Because I don't really want them to get attacked. I'm also going to turn off your fishing for right now. I will use fisher dwarves in this fort, but the reason Sorry, I thought I just saw a dwarf go over the edge. The reason I'm turning it off right now is, once again, I don't really want to get attacked by the giant snapping turtle. Maybe it was a giant snapping turtle I saw go off the edge. But yeah, we're moving all these dwarves down here so that they're not up here. So I kind of want, well, I mean, I just disabled the fishing job on that dwarf, but I'm not going to forbid it. I kind of want to start the fort off by building an above ground tavern. And just having a tavern up here. Like, maybe around, like, right there or something? What do you think? Be a bit of a different way of starting it. And I could build a little bridge that goes across. There's also a snapping turtle over there. And just have, like, a little above-ground tavern before we do literally anything else. We can put a little dorm in it. It'll be okay. Because we have some time. Because we're not going to get traders this year. And then from there, we can figure out how we want to build the front door. Yeah, big fucking river. That's why this fort's called the Big Fall. Or why this area is called the Big Fall. Is because this is the Big Fall. Wait, it's right there. Open tavern top and private tavern down below. I was kind of thinking that, yeah. Kind of thinking that. And then burrow all the dwarves below. Or most of the dwarves below. So this fortress, like I said earlier, we are at war with elves, these guys. The lyric of organizing of the Hail Heathers, which is a pretty cool name. We're also at war with goblins. And, yeah, that's about it. I mean, there's humans around, which are, from what I can tell, largely... okay, a lot of them are destroyed, but not entirely destroyed. There is a destroyed fort there that has a book in it. Plenty of tombs around. Peeking around at other local things. Okay, so if the Cave of Dragon Cracks doesn't have a dragon in it, then I want a refund for my time of reading the name Dragon Cracks. But up here is where the majority of the wars are. This was a war that I started, where you can actually see all of these different locations fighting back and forth. Also, Wind Flight? That is a good name. Anybody attacking Fire Orb? I don't think so. Mineral remedies, okay, so in the spring of 337, Dolmas Chucked Guilds became mayor of the Hot Sparks, replacing Devil Dawn. And the mineral remedies question was known to be in the Sanctuary of Gates. I do actually want to know. Okay, so Alien Slayer is still the queen. Sosh Jam is still the outpost liaison. Elfie Bean's still a baroness. Raging Cave is still a baron. Kage Nara is still a baron. Freeways is still a baron. And Puphead is still is now the Count of Romance Girder. And Errol is the Duchess of Fire Orb. Why? Orange? Or is this your way of saying, I get the week off, yay! Did you die in the Conquest of Hell? Yes. Mostly certain you died. But here's the thing, I don't have a list, right? About 50 dwarves died. So you gotta go look at the VOD, mate. I'm sorry, I'm not the best at keeping up with every single dwarf in every single fort at all times. Kind of looking at your old company and LinkedIn. As somebody who's never made a LinkedIn account, I have no idea what that must be like. Okay, let's get this wood chopped down. And also make a little stockpile for it so I can just kind of keep track of what we got. I mean, the VOD will go up on YouTube. I will also have a highlight eventually of that final bit, but that's not going to go up and probably until after I'm back from my vacation. Because tonight I have a video I got to get done, in order for the what's the word? In order for that video to get made, I have to finish the one that I'm currently working on, which is the video about this month's Future of the Fortress reads. So once that's all done, then we can do this. Or we can do that, but to get there first, I'm going to actually not do this so we don't get wood in the water as much. A few more logs to put away still. They're missing a very important screw, so they're investigating whose fault it is. Huh. I would like to know what kind of screw it is and why it's so important and why it requires an investigation. This reminds me of somebody that I met at... Do you remember that guy that we met at PAX Orange who was at that like evening event that we went to, who was like a jet propulsion engineer who was about to graduate university, who was just volunteering? Reminds me of that kind of thing where he's just like, I know, he's like, I have pictures in my bedroom of a bolt that I got investigated by the FBI for having pictures of. Like that kid. Because it was like a very particular bolt that is used in missiles or something. Because he had a picture of it, he got investigated. Anyway. Is this giant cleave in a mountain? In a mountain thingy. This is a river. Same faction, same world, same everything. I'm also kind of peeking around. Chat, if you see anywhere that you think would make for a really good entrance to a fort, holler at me. First thing we're going to do is build a little bridge across this. That is the first thing we're going to do. Same, but different, yes. Congratulations on the streak, Dominik. And happy new fort day. You kind of have to go into Advanced World Gen to get insane gorges like this. Like, increase the amount of rainfall and erosion, and then decrease the amount of... what's it called? There's another setting you have to turn down. Holds steering linkage bolts. Okay, then. Jack Narek, long time. I hope you've been well, dude. New fort just started, so... Chat, how's the new fort going? Oaken log is what I was using. Gonna build a little oak bridge so that we can get across over here. Drainage. Maybe it might be drainage. There's another setting. I have a video on how to make large rivers in Advanced World Gen in my very short Advanced World Gen series that I should probably add more to. But I'll be honest, I burnt out because I did too many tutorials in a short period of time. So I would take a look at that if you're interested. So this is going to go all the way. Well, actually, maybe not all the way. Let's go to about there. If I sent you a picture of, I'd send you a picture of my bolt, but the FBI would be looking for you. And you. Yeah, no, it's kind of wild the way some stuff works in this world. Yeah, so this is like a normal river falling down a waterfall into this much larger river. And if you type in ! goal, you'll get the goal for this fort. Simply put, the population for this fort's going to be limited for a while. Yes. Mhm. Don't forget ! Dave to get the maximum goal. Another thing I need to do is I need to go down to here, and this is very important. Bunk. Bunk. Just do not, under any circumstances, this. Just do, under all circumstances, this. This is going to be our way across the river, hopefully. What do I think about making the waterfall an execution method for misbehaving dwarves? That seems more like a punishment for the still living dwarves, because they'd have to live near a body of water that's going to fill up with corpses that's going to be very difficult to drain. So unless there's an easy method of pushing a button, draining it, and being able to get those bodies out of there, that seems more like punishment for the living dwarves than the dying dwarves. Fire and volcanoes are good because at the very least it burns everything, so there's no, like, you know, dead dwarf still there. You're totally waiting for a dwarf to get swept over. Yeah, I'm going to try and avoid that if possible. I mean, I'm also going to put a wall around it, but one thing at a time. Probably going to wait until I have stone for that, though. It's okay, though. I know you, chat. I know what you guys are waiting for. Your money's on a dwarven child? You just need to give them a better way of pathing over, which I'm about to finish doing. So, I think that your money is going to be poorly spent. Hate to break it to you. This is their bedroom now. That's actually something I'm kind of waiting for, is just like a dwarf to just claim a different dwarf's bedroom and make an artifact in somebody else's house. It's just like, well, I mean, because that's going to happen, right? Like, dwarves are going to do that. Little oaken bridge, yeah. I mean, might as well start it off with a fancy bridge. Why would I start off with a not fancy bridge? Actually, the better question is, why haven't I clicked this button yet? That's the better question. Okay, so then I'm going to go down here. Construct this. Go up here, deconstruct that. And build a wall right here. Lovely home for a troll. You mean Twitch chat? And then, you know, we'll do engravings and engravings to make her look fancy. No. I think you're confusing trolls with Twitch chat. Twitch chat lives under the bridge. So yeah, that's our starter bridge. That's the way in and out of the fort. I'm also kind of curious. What do we have for fruits here? Prickleberries. Ooh, spinach. Me like. Willow saplings. I'm looking to see if we have sunberries. Colony of bees. Onions. Soybeans. Cabbages. Glorious. Radishes. You know, radish. I'm going to talk about gardening for a second. Radishes are legitimately one of my favorite things to grow because they grow so goddamn quick. They're wonderful. Radishes are great. I've got daikon radishes that are going to be ready in like a week, and I can't fucking wait. By the time I get back, I'm going to have like 40 daikon radishes. Nummy. Not seeing any sunberries. It's a bit of a shame. But lots of chestnuts. Lots of oaks, feather trees. A toad on the ground. Barley. How spicy are daikon radishes? I mean, not I don't even like register them as spicy in my brain. How are the tomatoes? Still growing, not dying, which is good. Yeah, I would say that they taste like radishes, and I don't consider radishes to be spicy, so. Oh shit! Look at that perch. You know, yeah, we're gonna let them fish in this map. We're gonna let them fish. So I said that the first construction I was going to do, this is also kind of fun. The original 7 did all these. A well-designed image of Okang, the deity of longevity, depicted as a female dwarf and dwarves by Attis. The dwarves are praying, Okang is contemplating. I like how you can tell who Attis did because they're the ones that are actually, like, not terrible. Is a rendition of the neutrality of fences, a masterfully designed image of a bloodthorn. The image is the symbol of the still mirrors, a dwarven civilization. No, I'm talking about like real life radishes. Like actual radishes. Hemp is your favorite crop in DF? Is that for the meme or is that like an actual, do you have an actual reason? Okay, so my little tavern is going to be pretty small. Need 55 logs. Well, time to chop down some more trees. We're already at war with one elven faction, so what harm is 2. Also, they give you a lot of leeway at the start, so it's okay. Also, if you think radishes are spicy, you should toss them in the oven and bake them for a little bit. Yeah, sunberries. I was looking for it, but I couldn't see it. And I'm kind of sad. Although you're not guaranteed to get sunberries. I mean, this grass is good biome only too. Yeah, feather trees lay eggs, which is disturbing as all hell to me. I don't know why, but the concept of a tree, like, dropping an egg instead of, like, you know, seeds is just weird. Like, that's the most disturbing thing in Dwarf Fortress to me, is the fact that there's a type of tree that lays an egg. Although, are sun tree eggs even edible? I don't think I've ever seen the dwarves cook with them. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of a radish allergy, but that's an interesting thought. My brain is trying to remember what coworker was eating at work recently. I think it was a beet and not a radish. Well, it beats me.
You suck.
Yeah, I know. Although I also am growing beets. I have 140 beets staggered 1 week apart in my actual garden. So each week I'm going to get about 20 beets. I play Stardew Valley in real life. Just don't drop them. No, that's the base that you want to not drop. Because if you drop the base, then everybody starts doing the Harlem Shake, and that's terrifying. You wonder why rabbits like radishes so much? Because radishes lift up out of the ground right when they're ready. So, like, the base of the root just goes pop and pops out. And they're very, very easy to find in large quantities at that point. How big is my garden plot? I have 2. One is 20 feet by 20 feet, and the other one is 20 feet by 14 feet. And then I have all the stuff on my patio. And also the stuff around my building and the guerrilla gardening that I do that's unrelated. Okay, so I'm going to go here, and we're going to make a carpentry workshop right here. This is going to make tables, chairs, and beds. Let's do beds. And these are all going to be, we'll make them out of chestnut. It's at the top of the list, and that's convenient. I just know I had a friend who loved spicy and tangy movie theater popcorn was before realizing that he was just it was an allergic reaction to artificial butter. Yeah, okay, that's kind of crazy. Like, genuinely, that is kind of crazy. I also had no idea you could be allergic to artificial butter. Okay, we'll do chestnut floors and then oak walls. And then the doorway to the tavern is going to be right here. And it's going to have 2 floors. The upper floor being a dormitory, the lower floor being a tavern. It's not going to be public for a bit. We're going to keep it private for right now. Also, you're going to make a door when you're done with that. But this is going to be our base of operations. This is what we're going to work out of until we actually, can expand a little bit. I'm also going to make this look a little bit nicer, but we're going to do that right now. Person whose username I can't read because it's in a language I don't understand. We retired the fortress because we completed our goals. I had to convert that to meters, but that's quite the garden plots. Do you even need to buy vegetables anymore? Currently, yeah, because there isn't much ready yet. I mean, every week twice a week. Okay, I'll tell you this. I haven't bought lettuce or onions in about 3 years. I haven't bought garlic in 2 years, and give me another 2 weeks, and yeah, I won't be buying any produce. It's pretty great. What? Fath has been elected to the position of Mayor of the Hermetic Swords. I beg your pardon? Why is that relevant to me? I don't have a dwarf named Fath. Okay. Thanks for sharing, game, I guess. Here's the thing. I would absolutely have chickens if I had space for them. But I don't, so. Mayor at 7. Nope, I do not have a mayor. That's somebody else's mayor. Completely unrelated to my fort. I'll tell you this, and I'm just going to remind everybody the thing that I always remind everybody when this conversation comes up, Ranger Rick. I live in a 424 square foot apartment, and 18 of those square feet are my patio. I have nowhere I can legally keep quail, unless I'm willing to keep them in my apartment, and I'm pretty sure that my landlord isn't going to allow me to have quail because I have to sign and have a pet deposit for any pets that I keep. So while I would absolutely love the opportunity to be able to do something like that, because that sounds like 1, fuckload of fun, and 2, just an awesome thing to do. I know you did, Prodigy, it's fine. But it's literally not possible for me to do that. So as much as I would love to, I live in a tiny space. I can garden because of local community gardens. And the only reason I have extra space around my community garden right now is because we didn't get enough signups, so I get an extra plot this year. But next year I'll be back to just a normal number of plots. Trying to keep them away from the river as much as possible. And I live somewhere that I admittedly love living, but will probably never be able to afford property here. At least not on the amount of money that you guys give me. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not something that I really think too much about or worry about because it's not really an option. We did up until last year. We had like a 4-year wait list at one point. But the thing that happened at my community garden was 2 other community gardens have started up in the last couple of years, which is great. I mean, like, literally, when we have too many signups, there's a point where they just start saying, hey, reach out to the city, because, like, there's other parks that don't have these. So 2 other community gardens have popped up in, like, an 8-block radius. Both of them smaller and a lot newer, obviously, so who knows what their soil quality is like. But that's very much helped with the lines. With people taking other people's stuff. We've had issues with people claiming people take other people's stuff, but I'm pretty convinced it's just rabbits stealing people's produce because I've literally seen them. I saw a squirrel with a cucumber in its mouth last year, and I laughed pretty hard watching it run away with a cucumber. So yeah, I don't know. One of the members of the plot bought a bunch of stuff from the dollar store, little pots and things, and hung them from his little bed that he built, like garden bed that he built. And he had a couple of those go missing, but like he bought bright pink buckets. And it wouldn't have been taken by somebody in the garden because they cost 50 cents maybe not 50 cents. They cost a couple bucks at the dollar store. I'm pretty sure somebody walking by was like, oh, that's cute, and stole it. But outside of, like, there's always some theft, of course, because it's a public space. It's fenced, but it's a public space and people can jump into it. But the most I've ever had go missing is like a couple radishes and like with very obvious footprints around them where a bunny rabbit went after them. So I did. One person, could you like give yourself a nickname in YouTube that I can read? Or tell me what your name is so that I can actually respond to you properly. But I did release the demons from the Magma Aquarium. Just go like watch the VOD. Don't tell me what I should have done after the fact, because I did it. Rev Brown, what's up, dude? It's good to see you. Someone straight up dug up some succulents out of the front of your restaurant a few years ago. Of course. I mean, people will steal plants, right? Like, people are fucks, and they will do that. Like, they'll steal a bicycle. They'll steal whatever they think they can steal. The idea with a community garden, though, is, like, have a fence and try and keep people honest. And grow enough that it doesn't matter if somebody steals 5 tomatoes. Whatever. But we've never really had problems with vandalism. Like, we've never had entire gardens destroyed. Just, like somebody had a pumpkin go missing last year. You saw a magpie take the whole body away. We didn't speak. Aww. Reminds me of the time that my cat, growing up, chased a... Weird. I'm not sure how I ended up with that. I watched my cat, my childhood cat, chase a bald eagle halfway across the yard because it took his recently killed prey away from him that he threw up into the air like a smart cat. Made you laugh. Well, at least you got a laugh out of it. Nature's brutal, yeah? Oops. Okay, so this is all oak. It's oak, and then chestnut. So chestnut in the corner here. Oak across. No, absolutely. Which is why it was like kind of terrifying watching the cat chase this eagle, because we were worried the cat was going to die. We're like, oh no, this is how we witnessed the cat die now. Motherfucker lived for another like 15 years. So moody. This whole soundtrack is so good. I love how there's always like a good chunk of my streams just dedicated to gushing over how good the music in this game is. Happens every time. This is quaint. So now I need tables. Probably just 4. Actually, let's do 5, because the 5th one will be the managers, and then thrones. No, that's chairs, because these are wood. I'm also just really happy right now that I have... you know, a fort that I can actually chop down trees in without just getting mauled to death by giant insects. Kind of nice. Like the best part about starting a new fort after doing Untamed Wilds. $29, all the windows open. Hello, summer. Yeah, it's supposed to hit. Okay, so today it's like supposed to cap out at like, I don't know, 18 degrees Celsius or something. Tomorrow is supposed to be like 16 degrees Celsius, and then the day after it's supposed to be 29. So, yeah, we're about to have the same thing, which means my tomatoes will finally take off. Fingers crossed. $31C there. Yep. It's summer. And I'll absolutely be sharing. Is there sand on this map? Yes, there is. I will absolutely be sharing photos of the garden once it stops looking sad, because it's still in the season where it looks sad right now. The coast was nothing but cold and fog and glorious. Yeah, I tolerate summer. I don't enjoy summer. I tolerate summer because it's when things grow and I don't need to buy groceries as much. I don't actually enjoy summer that much. I'm not a heat person. I prefer colder weather. Like right now is my favorite weather, where it's like between 15 and 20 degrees Celsius. I like the activities that come from summer. I don't like the heat. Yeah, no, I've heard everything. Everything that I've heard about, taking this from YouTube chat, everything that I've heard is that the YouTube chat, or not the YouTube, that Montreal is supposed to be like chilly and wet, rainy, which is like, means Russian in the Russian language. Okay, well, if I just say Russian, that's not going to confuse anybody, but let's do that. Put a block over that. Gonna have to go one higher than this, but that's fine. Oh, can't quite do that just yet. And this is for right now. That's never been a command. We've got exclamation point goal, and we have exclamation point last fort. Those are the two commands we have, Rev. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at what's the weather in Montreal right now? Let's see. Orange is going to be like, it's cold or whatever. Also, we're in an ad break, so now's a good time for me to pause and check the weather. Yeah, it's 15 degrees Celsius here right now. Yeah, my weather app currently says it's 30 degrees Celsius and mostly sunny in Montreal currently. And Thursday, it's supposed to be 24 Celsius and thunderstorms, and then it's an 80% chance of rain until I leave, so... Last year, when I went to Montreal, the day I landed, it was raining so hard that I went and bought an umbrella. Like, the first thing that I did was I took an Uber to, like into the city, because it was really late at night. It was, like, 11 o'clock when I got in. Took an Uber into the city, got him to drop me off a block early in front of a store, and walked inside and bought an umbrella. That's how bad it was. I am kind of hoping it doesn't rain the whole time like it did last year at the race, but it does make for better racing. Anything above 23C is painful for an old fart like you. Trust me, you don't need to be old. It's painful for me too. I tolerate it, but it's painful. Northeastern Florida, only 31C? Yeah, I mean, depending on the humidity levels, that could be fine. Could also be awful. 2, 3, 4. Then I'll put one over here up here. We're going to start doing chairs. This is going to be an office, which will be given to the manager. This right here is going to be the new meeting zone. And I am going to set this up as a tavern / dining hall. However, it's not going to be public until we have a second tavern. The upstairs area is going to have a tiny corner that's a temple, and then beds, so that we can start digging. Basically, I'm going to use this as like... How do I put this? We're going to use this as a work site, I guess? The crystalline garnishes. I need a better name for this tavern. Maybe the last... I'm annoyed that cliff isn't a word. I need a cliff equivalent. What is a cliff equivalent? Gorge, maybe? I mean, the last bridge could be good. The last bride. That's called the last bridge. There's a bridge right there. Yeah. Bridge in. You know, the last edge is pretty good, actually. The last in bridge. We call it the last hill. The last slop. Doesn't sound very appetizing. We'll go with the last hill. We'll go with that. And that's oaken outside, so we'll just do a few tiles of this. And a few tiles of this. Probably gonna have to chop down some more trees soon. Because I do need a roof up top. The last slop, yes, tasty indeed. Just gonna build these here and use this as a scaffold. Also, because it's a good biome, we're gonna be getting the angelic choirs periodically, which is always fun. And I should be able to make more chairs. 1, 2. And then in here is going to be a dining hall. This little dining hall is going to be part of the last hill. So this is where they will eat and drink. Just need one more chair, which we're probably not waiting on, but make you out of willow. An angelic choir. Yeah, the ah sound every now and again. Is that not a word people know? You would ask, why are my water wheels break on your mini reactors every time you use an iron cart to fill 17 units of water? It works, and the water wheels always break apart. As in, like, they fall apart? Does the water freeze? Because that would break them. Trying to think what... I mean, aside from tantrums, I don't know what else could break them. But the water freezing would do it. I need more oaks. Sprite just disappears, is gone. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the only thing I could really think of off the top of my head without seeing it would be, without seeing it happen myself, would probably be it freezing. It's not a concept people ordinarily think about if they're I mean, I'm accustomed to like classical music and such, so that is something I guess I do think about pretty frequently. Or not think about frequently, but you know what I'm saying, I think, maybe. If you don't, that's fine. We'll live. Need to wait for some more wood to come in here, but at the very least we have this. I can now get rid of this meeting zone outside because they can be meeting in here. And look at them all eating fish. Look at that. We got cave fish. Probably put a kitchen underneath this thing, but ideally we won't need to. What I will do, however, is I'm going to put a little stockpile over here. There's going to be a little stockpile for drinks. Just drinks. Okay, so you're felling trees. Wait. Now I'm going to go up to here, and we're going to start building ramps. Well, actually not there. We're going to build ramps here, around the edge of this. Means they'll be, like, invisible for a little bit, but that's okay. They'll become visible pretty quick. He's a tree faller. Is that where you're going with that? Because that's where I went with that. I don't know if that was what you intended with that, but... Here's the thing. Pro tip, don't build mini reactors. Build underground rivers. And there are other ways of getting infinite power if you insist on doing that. I recommend using drawbridges on flowing water. I actually have a video on how to make reactors, like multiple types. I don't use any of them because I think they're all broken and overpowered. And I also find them more tedious than they're actually worth. I think just making power the way you're kind of supposed to is easier and less effort. So, I don't know. You do you. I mean, a tree failure is a very different kind of thing, yeah. You're just like exploring the reactors? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't like using them, so I'm probably a bad person to ask anyway. Your best bet if you want help, if you go to my Discord, because this is the sort of thing that needs a visual aid, right? If you go to my Discord, or type an exclamation point Discord in chat, there's a room called DF like help and questions. Plop some photos of it or some screenshots of it in there, and maybe some other people can have some more ideas, because I find they just kind of stop working because the water evaporates. I don't know if they've changed the amount of like heat or whatnot that you need for water to evaporate, but I find that they tend to just evaporate before they become useful now these days. So I've had very little luck with that. Use it to drain the magma seed. Jeez, man. With no script, yes. I use an app that I paid for about 2 billion years ago that's made by one dude that probably is full of ads and nonsense on the normal thing, but it cost me $2 like 10 years ago, YouTube chat. So, no, I don't use Government of Canada's weather reports. I like this app because it pulls from like live data from local towers based on your location, and it's pretty accurate. Rockcat, hello. Good evening. But yeah, that would be my advice for that whole thing, because that's really what it sounds like. You just need someone to look at it and tell you what to change. I think what you're looking for is gold, probably, Kadranos. Tis a good biome, yeah. It is mirthful. Currently, we are building an above-ground tavern. The population is limited to 40, so we're going to be building this up pretty slowly. What was the theme for this one? I don't know. It was almost maybe just posted in chat a second before you asked that question. So maybe look up 2 lines of text, Rockcat, and you'll see it. Save you asking. Actually, hold on. I need to cut out the corner of this. And this back corner here is going to be a temple. Sometimes and for this fort, I'm doing things very different from the way I normally do things. Temple to no specific deity. Pause it, not public. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Will they be locked to one profession? Not necessarily. That doesn't say anything about me being able to rebuild or build them a new workshop. But it's like obviously going to be pretty much impossible to lock them to one profession because they'll all have an assigned workshop. But if they want to go do other jobs, they can go do other jobs elsewhere. They just have to use one of the not assigned workshops. But they'll all have their own assigned workshop. It's all good, Rocket. I just think it's funny. It's okay. They don't need a permit. We can permit their blindness. Dark sky. I have no idea what that even is. Also, hello Oblivion Cubed in the YouTube chat. I hope you're doing well. Don't forget, YouTube, to leave a like on the stream. Although there is 51 of you and 49 likes, which is a very good view to like ratio. I like this. Chat, when you build houses, do you build little sloped roofs like this, or do you think that's too much work? Because I love making little sloped roofs and things. It's like most of the fun of building above ground to me. Dominoc, we are very limited on the dwarves. Which one would you like? And just remember, we're going to run out of bearded dwarves in like 2 dwarves. So just tell me which one you want. There's 2 of them. They're both pretty happy. You want the mason? Oh no. I can't wait for like 30 minutes from now when people are like, happy bearded dwarf, and or like 2 hours from now when people are like, happy bearded dwarf, and I'll be like, well, all of the bearded dwarves are named, so. Dominoc. Dominoc doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, has little interest in joking around, does not often feel lustful, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he has an active imagination. He quite often tells pointless stories when he's bored, and that's me. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's nervous. That's also me. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. Oh, wow. I was not expecting to get a supply caravan this year. Fuck. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the still mirrors is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. He dreams of raising a family, and he likes pudding stone, billin, and precious fire opal, gauntlets, backpacks, pigs for their sense of smell, and the sound of the ivory of diamond, and the sight of the luxury of trading when possible prefers to consume, anchovy pineapple wine, and honeybee royal jelly, and custard apples, and absolutely hates toads. And he has a very long beard, which is braided. He's in love with Nish, the planter, and he worships Gemset, the deity. I love the fact that they've made it so that dwarves can fall in love with the starting 7, because for a while there was a bug where they were family or considered family by the game, and so they couldn't. Building types of parallelograms in any world I generate. Have fun with that. Is it possible for you to redeem a dwarf? No, because it was just redeemed by somebody 2 minutes ago. I still won't date. Here's the thing. Have you ever heard of this thing called hard-coded? There's some things in this game that are just hard-coded. And, like, I just don't even bother. Just don't even bother. Like, you can change their orientation all you want, but if the character has default no interest, then it's never gonna work. Anchovy and pineapple wine. He likes to eat a bowl of anchovies while sipping a glass of pineapple wine. But yeah, Percussive Giant, you either need to be nominated by somebody or you have to get the redemption. So far, the two redemptions were Dominok and Deep Sea Fishing. Okay, so up here, Expedition Leader meets with the Outpost Liaison. Oh, wow, we have a new Outpost Liaison. That was fast. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. I don't know what to ask for just yet. So I'm going to ask for... Let's say silver and black bronze. They want thread. Okay. They're learning this whole Twitch thing. It's all good. I've made it kind of unnecessarily complicated. For a while there, we were just giving anybody who wanted a name. But honestly, it led to every single dwarf constantly being named and me having to read out 30, 40 names in a row, which led to, one, me not being able to remember who was who and what the dwarves did and what made them interesting, so it took some of the enjoyment out of it for me. And two, it was just bloody exhausting to read that many names in a row. So we kind of stopped doing that, but... Yeah, what Diamond says. Every chat runs it differently. And you also have to scale based on how busy people are. Also, YouTube chat has a fun question. Chat, what's the first thing you request from trade caravans? Yeah, pretty much, Diamond. Yeah, that happens a lot too. Wood, food, leather. Instruments or leather goods. Speaking of, I need to make a chest. Wooden chest. Actually make 2 wooden chests. Let's also make a crafts dwarf shop, and I'm gonna make some wooden cups, and then I can just destroy these. We'll just make 5 wooden cups. Silk thread cloth. I generally don't request silk thread or cloth because they tend to just bring them. But yeah, no, I tend to lean where you're going there, Knord. It's like whatever the Embark doesn't have. Pets for eggs first and then leather is YouTube chat. And instruments seem to be a popular one. The main reason I find myself never doing instruments is I find they always require something like ceramics or something like oddly specific that I never have on the map, and then I just give up. We're going to wait for these logs to not be up here anymore. Let them put everything away. Once they've put everything away, then we can work on the next few bits. So this right here, we can just increase the number of instruments. I can go into instruments, and I'm going to place the ones that need to be placed right there. And up here, this area can just be left. Yeah, almost always Ragnarok, yeah. Very similar story here. I think this is a quaint little tavern. Sure, it can house the 7 dwarves for now. I'll be quite happy here, probably. All right, so I need to make a trade depot. I should probably trade. We'll just sell them some mugs or something. Let's make wooden cup. Just so that I trade something with them. Really like making your own instruments. Oh yeah, don't forget, when you make 1 unit of cup, it makes you 3 cups. Same with mugs. just a reminder for anybody who doesn't remember that, because that is a thing. Yeah, I really don't want to sell them anything. It's the problem that I currently have. Also, I wonder, where are the traders? Okay, so they showed up on the correct side of the map. That's good. You can always automate your instrument production. I need to actually do that at some point. I think I can count on like 1 or 2 hands the number of times I've actually made instruments. Okay, so I don't actually have a broker yet. Oh, let's give Nish the broker. Nish, you can be the broker. Satisfied at work. Frustrated after having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. Let's just put 7 cups in there so that they leave some of them out. Because we're still over here making cups. And all of them are set to be hauled. Oh boy. So let's do, like, oh, there we go. Sell some cups. And then we just need these amulets. The YouTube chat is accusing me of, like, bending the ad algorithm by saying that I talked about traveling and now they're only getting ads for airline companies. You know, honestly... There's worse things you could get ads for. At least it's not like an obnoxious, like, candy ad or something. I really wish I had more control over what kind of ads you guys got. What is between those 2 mountains? A large river. Yeah. And there's also a waterfall falling into it. I like how people slowly turn down the value of, resources. I like having valuable resources because then you have forts like the last one, right? Like, part of, to me, why Fire Orb was interesting is because the more successful it became was partially due to the fact that we'd been attacked and suddenly had access to better resources. Some migrants have arrived. Ooh. Where, though? Okay, so right here, we got Aban. So a brand new Dwarf. Rakust, also a brand new Dwarf. So just 2. Well, at least we got 2 more beards in the fort now, so chat, there's more options. All the ads around it are for porn. Well, I mean, at least they know their audience. Sad and alone, watching Dragon Ball. Okay, so let's go up to here. Actually, question. Is it for, like, anime porn, or is it for just, like, straight porn? And is it the stuff that they used to advertise on, like, 4chan, where it's like, it's a titty but it's actually a mouse mat. Normal porn? Oh, that's no fun. I wonder if they can even deconstruct that. I guess they can't. Boring. Yeah. It's like if you're gonna like make money off of porn advertising, at least go for the weird shit. Local jurists, local dwarfs in your area. Manscape ads or Raid Shadow Legends? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I got 50 bucks worth of Dwarf trading stuffs. So not much. Can't even afford the bronze toy boats. Sorry, kiddo. Can't even afford a piece of paper. Buy a quiver. Buy a training sword. I think I'm going to buy a barrel. Yeah, just a barrel. And you know, I kind of want to buy a claystone block and put it outside the tavern and put an engraving on it because it's like, it's the first thing we traded for. Yeah, let's do that. It's like framing your first dollar, but Dwarfort edition. I have several questions, Entronarch, but you know what? It's okay. See, I pay for YouTube Premium and whitelist all of YouTube because I like it when YouTubers that I like make money, Kevin. And on Twitch, I pay for Twitch Prime, which, you know, not the worst service. Or, you know, you could brag about how you're stopping people like me from making money. It's okay. Yeah, Twitch Turbo, not Prime. But yes, I do pay for Turbo. Branding for it's terrible, though. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to ad block ads on YouTube. Ad blocking ads on YouTube is a non-issue. Not ad blocking ads on YouTube is admirable. Tips to not be totally scammed by caravans? Stop caring. That's my tip. Because trade is poorly balanced and not great in Dwarfort, so don't worry about it. That's my advice. You almost never get one-to-one. You're not supposed to? They're supposed to make profit off of you. That's why it's trade caravans. I've literally, like, the last few trades I did in the last fort, I was giving them like 50,000 profit just in clothing, used clothing. So, you know, I have to say, good biomes in the fall might be one of my favorite Dwarf Fortress aesthetics. Look at this. It's beautiful. I usually wind up giving them like 100-to-1 value and still can't get rid of enough stuff. Yeah, no, exactly. My dwarves can't haul it to the caravans fast enough. Yeah, it is. It's a good mix. Yeah, the internet ads are very, very good at marketing things at you that you've already bought. Blue and yellow in nature, yep. Just the red as well, the fallen leaves. Dum 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 da 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 dum bum 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 bum. Yeah, that's cool looking. So now I'm trying to figure out where to put the front door. Because we've built the tavern, got this, so we've got all the amenities covered. We've got a dining hall, we've got a office, we don't have a manager just yet, and then this upper layer is the dormitory, and right here is the, you know, this. Most of Billy talent lives rent-free in my brain, Napalm Sideburns, so. They haven't been doing as much, though, because their drummer got MS. Which kind of sucks. You're welcome, Bastet. But that's one of the reasons they've been less active as of late. Which sucks, because, you know, the closest thing we have to a modern Rush. You love Billy Talent and you've seen them like 5 times. If you've seen them recently, like recently meaning like the last 5 to 10 years, I say 10 going oof. It's either they're touring with a different drummer or it's because their drummer actually is like physically capable of drumming. Because the last time I saw them, they had the drummer of... I actually can't remember who it was. It was somebody else. It was some other band, but... It might have been the guy who drums for, what's it called? Mariana's Trench. It was like a much lighter band. Anyway. Kind of tempted to go down to this level to make the front entrance. Yeah, Billy Talent's great. I've seen them twice. Was with MCR and Drive By. Oh boy, that's a while ago. Yeah, so that was probably before that then, Jim. This side could work. Because this is like when I'm thinking, like one of these 2 layers is going to be where most of the fort is. That some people consider them somewhat exploiting. I think if you want to just have great value with the first caravan, just try and find gems and sell them gems. And the reason I say that is like, it's a limited quantity, but they can be quite valuable. So it doesn't have the exploitiness feeling of a lot of the other options. The bottom one, you will need a lot more room than usual. Wait, what, down here? Why? Actually, hold on. I need to see where the aquifer is. Okay, so the aquifer is in the sand. Right here. Silly exploity is, yes. Very much so. Oh, totally. Yeah, no, you can absolutely import gems. Yeah, but default world gen is so bustedly easy. It's like, it's not even fun for me to play. Leak it into the river? I mean, where is it exactly? You mean like leak out the side? That seems kind of dangerous. I mean, I could pretty easily make like an artificial, or make a river out of the aquifer and let that flow into the river. That could be fun. But basically, I want to build a bridge across this. Thinking like maybe around here. Central waterfall inside the fort. Well, I mean, if we went like vertically down, right? If we went vertically down from like around here, right? We could go straight through the aquifer. Like this, maybe? Down 2 layers? And then have it like spilling over the edge and then flowing out. That could be cool. But I don't want to do that first. That's something that you build after you have another entrance, right? Kind of want to pump this out, though. Let's do this. What's winter like? I think this area is scorching, so there is none. Like, I'm pretty sure it's scorching. Because the last zone was scorching. Oh boy, we have a Kia. Well, I don't know what it got, but I'm sure it got something. So Texas? Or, you know, any other desert. Do they have Kias in Texas? I don't think so. Carps, Kias, and 2-humped camels. Or, you know, could be anywhere in Australia. So I need 2 things. I need a tavern keeper. Well, I don't need a tavern keeper, but I'm making a tavern keeper. It's the first thing I would like. We're going to make it into Rakus the woodcutter. I don't need this, but I want this. And I'm also going to make Rakus the woodcutter into our manager. Because I like the idea of the fact that the tavern keeper is the manager. Actually, I'm curious about something. I'm just going to try this. I don't know if this will actually work. I'm going to assign this to here. Okay, so no, it does not matter. Interesting. You can still assign somebody as owning a spot if it's also linked to another zone. What was that? Oh, cancels gather plants, interrupted by Kia. Well, boy. It's gonna make my dwarves pick up their picks. I like how you're focused. Good to see. Inferno Eaglix. Eagles X. Inferno Eagles X. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the emotes for the next 30 days. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? Very, 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 very kind. Brand new sub. And also the first notification of money since the last Prime subscription from Corn Knob, which I think I missed actually, which was 2 hours ago. So thanks for the first notification of money in 2 hours. Greatly appreciated. And for helping us stay above 1,000 subscribers, which I'll probably be below by the time I get back from my trip. But, you know, that's just life. So many Kias. Sorry about missing that resub, Cornup. I miss things a little bit these days because still setting stuff up after the whole Linux jump. Identical to the way it was on my other computer in regards to how is my what's it called? Performance on this computer is roughly identical to performance on my previous computer. Aside from like the OS starts up faster, but that's about it. I'm just realizing the traders left everything. Are they still on the map? Oh. They got spooked by the Kias, methinks. See if that even works. No, it won't kill future trades, but it will upset them slightly. We've got songs being played already. Look at that. What instrument are you looking for? ISA. Do I have one? Guess not. That's a shame. Also just gonna make the manager into the bookkeeper. Not a bad little tavern, if I do say so myself. Yeah, now they're leaving. Future me is concerned. I wouldn't say I'm concerned. I could build a tiny library. Should I build a library in here? See how much I can cram into this tiny little space? Bookcase. Throne. Oh, no, chair. And a table. Let's make you out of featherwood. Bookcase can be whatever. And then I also need a wood block. But we'll do that first. So that I can make that pump. Well, I mean, I don't think I've ever actually played this way, where I just start off with kind of a little bit of everything like this. I don't believe I've ever played this way. So this is kind of neat, actually. I'm going to engrave an image here. And this image is going to be an existing image, and it's going to be our home. I think that, like, certain types of rooms work well as large rooms, and other types of rooms work really well as small rooms. I think when it comes to things like libraries, I think it's more fun, or things like this, little small spaces, like bedrooms, I like smaller spaces. But for, like, big grand halls, I do like the vast, wide open spaces, but you need to figure out how to fill that space with something that looks interesting. So, like, either, like... well, the throne room, well, it wasn't a meeting area, it was a temple, but yeah, exactly. I think it's more just about making spaces look interesting than anything. Did they give me a pedestal accidentally? No, okay, dang it. So I'm just gonna make a tiny little meeting zone right here. And this is going to be a library, and once again, not have any public residence. I could actually just straight up make Almost into... Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, let's do it. Almost is now a scholar who's researching the constructions for this fort, obviously.
Woohoo!
And let's do a bookcase right here. And I'm going to, you know, put a little wall right here for a little bit of privacy. Kind of want to deconstruct this bed and move it up. We'll put it up there. And then I'll build this wall across. Maybe put another piece right there. So I have to kind of walk around the edge of the temple to get into here. And since I have extra stuff now, might as well use it, you know? Don't have that, but I think I do have this. Yeah, chuck another chest in there. How many statues? Nope. Let's say... Sad there was no displays. Do we have an offering place? Nope. Okay, well. We also have a bunch more drink and food, too. I feel kind of bad. Like, I miss... It's definitely the Kias that did it, but... So apparently Dolmanok and Nish, the broker, have gotten together and are now lovers. Scholar's currently sleeping. The robber baron force. I mean, that's a matter of perspective. Thieves, or did we just borrow things that were left? I mean, I think we just borrowed things that were left. And also, maybe we should make an attic. I can make an attic very easily right here. Let's do 2 little chestnut blocks, and we'll fill the ceiling up. What should I put up here, chat? I could put a tiny little kitchen. Put a still. We could put a little metalsmith shop. Although I basically have space for 1 workshop. I like the idea of an attic moonshine station, yeah. All taverns need a microbrewery? Yeah, let's do a still. Still's good. Still to make a beer fall. Well, if this was a real tavern, then we'd be piping booze down into like a tap down here. I also really like the color, the wood colors that they have for this. No, those are chestnut blocks. That's not what I need. This is what I need. I really like the wood colors that they have in Fortress mode these days. It's really nice. All the variety. So I'm going to try and pump this thing out right here. But yeah, I really want this to just be a super chill fort. Like, honestly. It's kind of the thing that I want most from this fort. Chill forts and vibes to drink too. Yeah, there you go. Pretty much that. I'm gonna pump all of this out. It might refill with rain, but yeah, well, they are building this sucker up pretty quick. And once it's all up here, I can then move that stockpile up into here because that's for plants. Although, I just realized I screwed up. To move the stairs. Rain will actually fill low lying area. If you empty out those holes and it rains a bunch, yes, they will refill. Sorry. Made me think I was having a seizure reading that though. Holy crap. The Kenworthies over in YouTube chat, $25 super thanks. Thanks a ton. There should, hopefully, assuming everything goes right, be videos going up, or at least a short or a video going up every day I'm gone too, so thank you very much. Hey, chat room, can I get rounds of beers in both chats, please, if possible? That is a really big super thanks. Or super chat. I don't fucking know what YouTube calls this shit. Thanks for money. Appreciate. We'll go the easy route. Super chats? Well, super thanks are in comments. Super chats are in chat. I don't know. It's all nonsense to me. It's all branding. It's all just money. Thanks for money. Appreciate. So I'm going to make this still out of iron. But I reserve the right to remake it out of something else if I need that iron at some point. This is going to be for drinks and plants. It's going to be what that's for. This down here is going to get deleted because that's just plants. And they go and fill that up. Gonna stop the Kias from stealing it? Yeah, pretty much. Gotta finish this. It will fill with drinks, leaving no room for plants. Cool, thank you. I don't care. If I cared, I wouldn't have done it that way. And also, maybe sure if I leave it on repeat forever, but why would I do that? Currently, we have tons of drinks. We'll drink through them. We don't need to worry about drinks for a little bit. Also, there's already tons of plants in here. Geesh. Poor goose, or is that a duck? That is a goose, which I do need to remove from there. Actually have a duck, a guinea hen, and a goose. And apparently a rotten snapping turtle. I'm gonna go over to here. Just do this for right now. Wrong button. This is the button I need. And this is just going to be for trash bin. And we're gonna go to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping. Yep. Get rid of all the rotten crap and put it over there, please. What's up, Masa? It's going all right. Just, you know, getting rotten food stuff out of the ground, off the ground, and over into the rotten foodstuffs pile over here. But yeah, I'm not too worried about this filling up. I just want it to look packed and full. Okay, so this over here. Oh, look, fluffy wumblers. Let's let a dwarf come over here and start pumping. But I'm aware I still need to mine through that. Wumbler Stiltskin. Fumple Wumbler. Okay, cool. Alban's coming over to operate the pump. The pump. Come over here, Dwarf, and pump up the volume of water. That's steelhead trouts. Ooh, one of my favorites. I love steelheads. Largely just want to get all this wood out of here. Okay. The next thing I'd like to do... That's not the tool I wanted. Let's see. Let's chop down these two trees here. Start widening this. Your favorite part of DF is when the Fuffly Wambler said it's Wamblin' time? My favorite part of the internet is when a meme comes back that I thought I forgot about, but I guess I didn't. So thanks for bringing that one back. Let's go here and do this. I think this is going to be our front door. We'll figure out something to do with that aquifer later, but for right now, this is going to be the way in. Although, actually... Start off by chopping out the top. I'm very curious to see how quickly these fill back up, actually. Oh, this is interesting. Almost over here is pondering interpersonal ethics. Interpersonal ethics. Look at that. That's quite the round of beers we got in the YouTube chat. I'm proud of you guys. One of us. I'm a very happy dwarf. Disdains Kraftwerk. Not a big fan of like old school German electronic music, I guess. Or Korg synthesizers. Satisfied after learning about an algorithm for dividing one number into another, possibly yielding a remainder. They is reading maths. I wonder how they de-rust from being a mathematician. Common sense algorithm, mastering diseases of animals, and animal development. Copy of animal development. It'd be really interesting if these were one of the books or copies that I made in the last fort. Because the last fort, we made a lot of books. Like a whole lot of books. A Gorilla Bone Scepter, excuse me? Just gonna make 2 pedestals. And an altar. Altar is gonna go into the temple in the corner. And the pedestals are gonna go probably one in the library and one in the dormitory. There we go. Now we're getting all this wood out of here, which is good. I think that's a very unfortunate use of the word suicidal, Ouroboros, but using YouTube without ad block or without YouTube Premium is very annoying. I do agree. Oh yeah. I will say, if you do use ad block on YouTube, become a YouTube member for YouTubers that you like. Or give them $1 on Patreon or something. I have a flight to check in after I stream, which is fun. Oh, also, as of now, I think it's... I need to check, but exactly what regions get what, but I received an email from Twitch about how... channel and then continue to see it. Yeah, so sub pricing changes for a bunch of countries, and also Prime subs are now worth less, probably, for most places. So prices are going up for a lot of places, and Prime subs are worth less. Well, I can close my email now. I'll worry about that later. You don't think you could give up YouTube Premium and still use YouTube? Yeah, no, I agree. I also use YouTube Music. So the reason I could like completely justify it was because it was like, well, I can get YouTube Premium and get YouTube Music and then stop using Spotify. I didn't like using Spotify anyways, so. What items does a scholar need to research a topic? They need to be interested in the topic. So they have to decide to research a topic. They just research it themselves. You don't actually need to do anything. So this one is pondering interpersonal ethics because that is a topic that they are interested in based on their personality. Oblivion Cubed, you need to understand how international currencies work. So YouTube chat is complaining about Prime subs being worth less. You need to realize that in some countries, the amount of money I was getting paid for a Prime sub is more than the cost of Prime per month. So if Prime, let's say, in the country you live in, costs the equivalent of 80 cents a month, and then you subscribe to a streamer. No, thank you, Bruno. I'm good. I'm good. Hard pass. The default one's fine. When you subscribe and the streamer gets $2.50, and it's the cost of like 5 months of Prime. One, that allows for a lot of insane loopholes, and two, come on, let's be honest. It's actually like a very logical thing that I'm surprised they weren't doing already. And also, think about this as well. Twitch has regional pricing, right? If you subscribe to me and you live in Russia, Or rather, if you, I wonder, can people in Russia still subscribe to Twitch? I actually don't know. Anyway, if you subscribe to me and you live in like a Slavic country, you're probably spending a tenth of the amount that somebody else, or if you live in Brazil, it's like 30 cents or something. And so I get like 18 cents if somebody subscribes to me from Brazil, or Turkey is a similar thing. Whereas like if somebody subscribes to me in the US, I get almost $4. It really depends on like where you are. I'm also not down with Amazon, but like there's a difference between saying fuck Amazon and like literally the way any business works. Like it's very much a like, yeah, no, this is actually a logical smart change. That makes sense. If anything, the alternative was exploitative. Maybe you have Dwarf? Hick. What Dwarf? Yeah, so like, it's not really, it's the reason, also you need to remember that part of the reason I'm not mad that Prime subs are changing in value is I am one of the lucky ones on Twitch where I make enough and have enough subscribers that I get 70-30, so I'm not in the vast majority, so my opinions may differ from other people who have lower sub counts. The Stoneworker? Alban! Okay. Antronak, I think is how you pronounce it. I don't think I say your name the same way twice ever. You are one of the more recent migrants, so you have 3 passing acquaintances. You're a member of the Ivory Sect, of course, which is a religion. You most recently were blissful, remembering dining in a very good dining room. You've had booze, and you spoke with an acquaintance. You have a nice variety of clothing. You're a dabbling pump operator, and can be very single-minded, and is easily moved to mercy, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he lives a fast-paced life. He is often cheerful, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he isn't inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. And he tends to not go out of his way to help others, and isn't given to flights of fancy. You know what would be an interesting challenge for this fort, chat? I can only move the population number up when everybody is named. And when everybody has, like, their specific, like, amenities set up. Anemones? That's not what I meant to say. They are identical, Bastet. If anything, like, Linux uses less internet. So. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that the world should be engaged in perpetual warfare. Is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and thinks friendship is important. You're a strange dwarf. He likes kimberlite, aluminum, and ibex hoof. Clouds, picks, floodgates, and amulets. In the words of the adorable monk, and when possible prefers to consume swordfish, passion fruit wine, and absolutely can't stand slugs. Psycholabs could return then? I think that would be kind of fun, yeah. Basically forcing us to get to know all of these dwarves. Not wonder after incompetently performing the rites of faith. What religion are you part of? Faith of trade. I'm sure you and that other dwarf will get along just fine. There we go. The front door. Or currently the front door. Yeah, we'll let them dig this out, and then we'll smooth the end. River is massive. Yeah, it is. Damn right it is. You know, Psycholabs is a kind of a fan favorite bit, but anybody could do it. It's not like Claiborne has the exclusive rights to Psycholabs or anything. That was a fun bit, though. Can you other brother... you other brothers can't deny that when a river flows in with a... I'm not going to actually do all of the Baby Got Back lyrics like I've done so many times when people say, I like the thing, and I cannot lie. So I'm going to make just a few blocks. Got something to start building with. I don't want too many. I also realized I have a manager, so I could just queue these up. There's six instruments in here. It'd be really neat to see them playing the instruments early on. I don't really like using Stone Sense at all ever, because I find it just makes my game crash, but I can do a quick save and try. Stone Sense is not a priority for me. I do it because chat likes it, so I hadn't actually thought of it. How's Linux Mint going? Aside from some audio drivers that are causing me a headache, fine. Simply put, the audio setup on my computer is fucked. So, just from the get-go, I'm asking for trouble. I have up to 12 possible inputs. I have 3 cameras plugged in, all with microphones. I have a microphone, which is part of one of those 12 inputs, and it, like, getting the drivers set up correctly has been a bit of a hassle and an annoyance, but it's one of those things where it's like I only will need to learn how to do this once, hopefully, so once I've kind of gotten past it, it'll be fine. Like, right now, I'm very annoyed with my audio drivers because, like, I wasn't able to do records this morning, which is one of my favorite parts of, like, starting up a stream is doing records at the beginning, but because it just doesn't even recognize the input. Well, it does, but it recognizes it through another input, which doesn't make any sense, and it sounds awful, and plays not in stereo, even if I set it to mono. So, like, I kind of gave up this morning. But aside from, like, audio issues, everything's been smooth. But it's like, you know, it's like learning anything new, right? Or learning any complicated piece of software. It's fine, hit a brick. Okay, so then, like, you figure out how to get around the brick, and then you get around the brick, and then you put the brick where it's supposed to be, and then it's fine. Okay, Radbug, I'm gonna do this right now. I had to do this earlier, and I'm gonna do it again. Stop. Don't ask. Don't tell. Don't offer assistance. Because now is not the time. I don't want to just sit here and explain my whole setup, because 1, it's very complicated. 2, it's annoying for half the people watching. And 3, I don't want to talk about, and I don't fucking care. You want to offer tech support, do it when I ask in the Linux tech support room off stream. Done. Because otherwise, this is going to be an obnoxiously annoying stream for half the people to watch, and I can't actually do anything right now because most things require either restarts or software resets, and so it doesn't matter. Waste of time. Once the stream is up and running, it is not time for tech support. What was I doing? Right. Let's go here. Let's go display. Let's move that one. Offering place. Willow altar. And let's say display. When a river flows in with a big wide bank and some rapids in your face, you get... Huh. Drowned? What do you get, though? Let's put a featherwood amulet on this one. And a scepter. That gorilla bone scepter right there. You get flow. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you could get wet or flow, either or. I think wet might actually be better. Like, if we're just going purely, like, funny song lyrics. It is both true and a double entendre. And what is Baby Got Back if not just a pile of, like, double meanings? I do unironically like that album, though. Mac Daddy, solid album. Solid album. Although after that album, he kind of became a bit of a one-trick pony, ironically. Okay, let's go here. And this is going to be dug down a layer, and this is where the fort's going to live. It's these sound effects. Oh, it just stopped. Literally as I said that. Because it's the in the background that I say is like the angelic choir that's just like going constantly. Or on and off in these good biomes. I wonder if I'm still sitting at 60 frames a second or if I did bump it up to 70. I think, okay, no, I did move it up. So we are actually getting some frame lag on and off. But it's okay. It's nothing I can't handle. This part might get laggy based on the layout and size of it, but teach what to teach. So I'm thinking what I do is I actually channeled down a pretty large layer in here. Because I could see that looking pretty cool. So what I think I'm going to do... What I kind of want to have is just like a straight line here, and then a curve. And then it, like basically a spherical area around the edge here that's 2 layers deep. You have to do that whole song now about rivers. I mean, you don't have to. But it would be amusing for the rest of us that don't have to sit there and think about it for a while and just get to read the result. Something like this, basically. Something like this. Doesn't look too good, though. Shame on a river that tried to run a game on a river. Shame on a river that tried to run a game on a river. I don't know if you're saying things or if you're trying to come up with lyrics, so I'm just gonna assume yes is the answer. Speaking of this general genre of music, anybody here listen to that new Eminem song? Like an Eminem putting up music that I don't hate in the current year is one of the weirdest things to happen so far this year, right up there with like Green Day putting up music I don't hate this year. Now Wu-Tang is somebody people I don't know at all. He has a beard? Really? Huh. I haven't seen a picture of Eminem in a very long time. Like a very long time. All right, well, we'll let them start digging. And back up here, do a little bit of paving. Another thing that we need to do is we need to dig down to here, because down here is rock salt. Just saying. Wait, who's like seven? Eminem isn't 78. What? Dwelling upon being annoyed by. This dwarf is annoyed dwelling upon having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. The worst thing to happen to this dwarf in their existence is having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. So far, that is the worst thing to happen to this dwarf. Almost should try having a hard life. I mean, seriously. Also, I'm going to add something just so that I don't forget, which is goal. I'm going to add the year that we started the fort in. I didn't do this with the last one, and then I forgot to add it. Okay, done. Who's needing to do a keg stand? I mean, that could be some hazing. I could see that as being pretty bad. So now the question is, who gets to be my brewer? What if we make the scholar the brewer? It's like, you live here. Maybe this ends up being the scholar's house. After all this, like, this dwarf just lives here. Although they're going to be too busy pondering interpersonal ethics to do it. Maybe once you're done pondering, ponderer. He's like the Trappist monks that just read the Bible and make beer. Oh man, I wish that was a thing in Dwarfort. I wish monk was a job, you know, because like we have religion and like religious leaders, but it would be really fun to just have monks that just, you know, hang out and make beer. Can monks also like not drink, or is that a denominational thing? He's just like refusing to do it. Went to sleep. Okay, so here's what I'm actually gonna do. Cancel this. I'm gonna go to work orders. Say brew drink from plant, 10, repeat, monthly. Monks drink? Okay. Can Jedis really not have wives? I don't think Jedis exist, Bruno. Like, I hate to like surprise you here, but I don't think that Jedis are real. Really? Embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room. See, now that's fair. Didn't feel anything after sleeping without a proper room. See, now that's proper. Although this dwarf is a gem cutter. Maybe we'll have to swap out their job eventually. Satisfied at work, though. All right. According to the lore of the show, they are not allowed to have any attachments and they can still have fun, just nothing to attach them. So only no strings attached, basically. Hookers exclusively. Devildawn, thank you very much for the 17th month. Appreciate you. Means a lot, dude. Thanks for sticking around and for everything you do for the stream and all that jazz. Most of my miners are taking a break. Trying to think, chat, what else can I add to this tiny little room here? To this tiny little building? I mean, I could dig a basement, and the basement could have a kitchen in it. We could do underground farming in it. Ooh. Yeah, let's make a basement kit. Oh, shit! It is actually gonna freeze. I thought it was scorching. Wait, what? It's an odd chunk to freeze. Then you get space herpes and space AIDS, and it'll be called spades for short. Could put drinks in the new wine cellar. Well, I mean, this could just become plants. Maybe we need to make this into like a collaborative building where chat needs to have input on every single building. Maximum creativity. Maximum aesthetic. Time for a dam? Damn it! Why would I do that? Actually, I'm just gonna sit here and wait and see how much more of this freezes, because I'm genuinely curious here. Also, this seems a bit excessive, actually. Let's do, instead of 7, let's just do 3 drinks. I don't actually think we need that many. Yeah, we're good. Ooh, we're getting potato wine. Lovely, lovely. Although I just realized something. I actually need to put, if I'm going to do farming, it has to be over here because this doesn't have anything growing in it. So we'd have to dig over to there, do farming. But that's fine. Do seeds, farming, kitchen. Let's do rock door. No, let's do wooden hatch cover. Let's do one.
Crypt beer.
And this, we're actually going to use those blocks that I'm making on the other side for down here. Van Ori, thanks for the 16th month. I'm very perplexed. Did I not? I just got a resub from Devil Dawn, right? Yeah, why didn't I get a notification for that one? It's like specifically it didn't show up in my recent events. That's weird. Neighbors are arguing again. You should argue back at them. No, don't actually do that. That'll just make it worse. Good morning, Rana. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. All right, dwarves, it's time for some construction. Get your little butts up here. So because this is going to be underground crops, this only needs to be like plump helmets and pigtails, basically. Which Twitch sub pricings are coming? I'd have to look at the blog. Chat room, can Big Bang A1 have a dwarf? Yeah, no, there isn't a blog post about it, so I don't know. I know Canada just got more expensive. Like, I think we're slightly more expensive now. So, chat room, which dwarf looks like a big and bangin' dwarfus? Just had a wild thought. Us watching a streamer is like the dwarves in the tavern listening to the bard tell us stories, yeah. Dungeon with caged visitors. Which one's Medtub? Oh, the miner? Being Medtub, miner, scholar, fighter, miner. I think you're getting this dwarf. Big Bang. You want to craft an object, so we're going to have to give you that. But you'll be staying in the tavern for a while upstairs. He likes to take it easy, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He could be considered rude. And he frowns on any flashy accoutrements. Did I read that correctly? He's sorry. He could be considered rude. He is brave in the face of imminent danger. He likes to brawl, and though he dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined, he tends to seek out excitement. He is moved by art. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds that following tradition is a foolish and limiting. And he greatly respects the shrewd and guileful, and sees competition as wasteful and silly, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. He likes phyllite, brass, and violet, and sespertine, and floating guts, leather, alpaca wool, amulets, ballista parts, and the sight of the poetry of mothers, and when possible, prefers to consume parsnip plants, longland beer, and honeybee honey, and absolutely hates oysters. Could totally do honey in this fort too. He has a very long beard, which is braided. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is braided, and he has a very clear voice. He has a broad, prominent chin and a hooked nose, which is extremely short. He's a member of the South Creed, which is a very popular religion. Is in love with rafts. You and the carpenter, rafts. And he is satisfied at work. Wants to craft. Welcome to the fort. I don't know if, or actually, something I haven't even checked. How deep is this map? Oh my god. This is a shallow one. I figured it would be pretty shallow due to the fact that there's a big ass river here. I was gonna say, I wasn't really planning on going for cavern layers, but we might end up doing that accidentally. Having high erosion and usually, actually, hold up. Let's not do this. Not do this just yet. Having high erosion maps tends to lead to areas like that being very, very shallow. So that's not too surprising, really. Yeah, they end up very close together, yeah. Which is fine. It's actually like better for frames too. Minus 27. So we're currently on 12. Basically this, actually how tall is this map? This map is like 60 layers total, which is pretty shallow, but like not ridiculously shallow. It is pretty shallow though. I've certainly seen more shallow maps. I just caused you to get canceled. I'm good at this. Something evil emerge in layer 1 on a similarly shallow map. Oh, that's exciting. Did it, like, kill your fort? Because that's often like a, well, that's it, fort's over, well, kind of situation. I was able to kill it, you don't know how? Oh, that's amazing. Shout outs to that dwarf for saving the fort. Single-pickedly, probably. We're about to get hit by an ad, so when the ads pop, I will pause the game. I don't actually get timer countdowns for YouTube ads, just Twitch ads. Okay. We're up to midwinter now. Let's get this done. So this is the way I'm thinking of doing this. If this ends up looking fugly, I can always go back in later and add in walls. But this is the way I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think? I also need to check how much of the river is frozen once I'm done with this. We're in an ad break right now, but I'm not going to unpause the game, so it's designating all of this. So this is going to be 2 levels high. So that allowed me to build up and make the little houses. It's also going to go underneath this and over to the edge here. I think that looks pretty cool. The big storm system moving towards your neck of the woods. You have to go out and run some errands. Good luck. I think that, depending on where you are, that might be the storm system we had yesterday. But yeah, have a good time running errands. Hopefully the stores aren't too much of a zoo. All right. Current fort there. And then this. Yeah, this starting off with this little tavern thing here is very cozy. It's very not something I generally chase in my games, but it does certainly have a very cozy feeling to it. So for those of you who just missed it, this is what my miners are going to be doing for the next while. And yes, there is going to be ramps here, but I will be removing those. And I will be digging out underneath this and leaving some support pillars that don't need to be there. All going to be a minute. Yeah, it's going to take a bit. But we'll be leaving some air quotes support pillars. In fact, maybe I'll do one right here. Around that, possibly. And then so we can engrave them, I'll just do this initially. But we'll have some support pillars underneath this bridge. We'll construct stuff with it. It'll look cool, hopefully. This way of playing might be your go-to for some time. What, you're just so obsessed with this building a tiny little tavern up top on the surface? I mean, the part of the reason I decided to do this is I often want to do this later and then it never ends up happening because, like, you know, Dwarf Fortress happens. But my idea here is that this could be like a spot that an adventurer could easily visit, you know? Something like that. Like, it's kind of a double use case, I suppose. Maybe an easy way to put it. I'm gonna cut these out and fill those in with stone walls, and although that's also going to take a minute because the farmers are pretty busy. I'm going to make 2 farm fields, and I'm going to go to you, and you're going to have a little stockpile right here. This tiny little stockpile is going to get just seeds, probably. Except it's just going to be plump helmets, pigtails, sweet pods, and cave wheat. Not worrying about dimple cups for right now. I mean, every fort is kind of a fort for adventurers if you think about it. Every single fort is kind of a fort for adventurers. So we're going to start off with just plump helmets and pigtails in the summer. And we'll do sweet pods in the spring. Yeah, I would say every fort is kind of a fort for adventurers to a degree. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then we'll plop a kitchen into here. Now the question is, who gets the job of being the chef? I'm going to make the stove out of clay, because there's something about a clay oven, and we have clay that the dwarves left us with, so make us a clay oven. You sound like your old boss who equated the commute to and from work as a vacation? Wow. Sorry, that's one of the most offensive concepts I've ever heard in my life. Did you, ever hit this person? Because if you didn't, you missed an opportunity. Okay, so this is going to be a work orders thing where once seasonally, they're going to make 15 lavish meals. And we'll just leave that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the kitchen menu. And let's just say drinks. Don't cook any of the drinks. That's the bigger concern for me. It's like the plump helmets, but like drinks are a bit of a problem. It's like I've never really had issues with like them cooking plump helmets, although I do often disable it anyway. What causes me issues is when like, let's also do eat the sweet, no, we'll keep the sweet pod seeds. Let's eat the dimple cups, the prickleberry seeds. There we go. But what causes me problems is when they're allowed to, you know, trying to think about how I word this. Cook my drinks because then I run out of booze. Everything's just glazed in beer. All right, Tom. We'll see you when we see you. You liked your commute? Catch up on podcast and coffee? Yeah, I've had many commutes in my life. I would rather have extra free time in the morning around my apartment and to like choose to maybe go for a walk or something. Not that. I think, okay, first off, the dwarves that could currently have this task are Rafts, Entronarch, or the Broker. Who do we think should have it, chat? What do you think? That sounds awful, enemy. At least it's only a half hour. You work from home 4 days a week. Oh, that's not too bad then. For anybody who works in like office jobs where you can work from home, the fact that work from home is like a commonly accepted thing now is great. There will be more cooks. Don't worry, Bastet. I just realized like I could make bakeries playing like this. Oh yeah, obviously they're trying hard to kill work from home because it's easier. It's because big companies would rather get massive tax deductions for paying for a massive amount of office space than letting their employees get personal tax deductions for deducting their office space. You don't know if you could afford to commute 5 days a week? It's so expensive to commute by train in the UK. How much would your commute cost you? Just if I can ask. Because like for a monthly 3-zone pass for the train here, it's like $250 or something. But that lets you use it around the clock period, whenever. Your commute to work was short when you were working. Now you got to get used to this new lifestyle of not working. Are you retired or is it a disability thing, if I can ask? Or are you just unemployed? I say a month? Yeah. But it's for like the entire Lower Mainland Transit. I pay maybe $40 a month for like cabs. Enjoy the Zoomy cards. We'll see you next Wednesday on the 12th. It's a very good price. People cough and scoff at how expensive it is all the time and refuse to use it because it's too expensive. Calibur. But yeah, when I was commuting to and from work, I didn't have to cross any zones though, so I only needed the 1-zone monthly pass, which was like, I want to say it was $94 when I first started buying it, and it went up to I think $110. That sucks, Entronarch. Disabled, getting COVID 3 times was enough to fry the nervous system. Oh, Jesus Christ. Take care of yourself, dude. It's awful. So chat said broker. We'll go with the broker. Broker is now our chef. Just have to wait for that to get plopped, and then we'll start getting meals. Plop in here. Now, because we have veggies and stuff upstairs, I can make another stockpile for food down here. This one can be for everything, but not for seeds. And not for plants. Not for finished meals. And not for drink. Did I do this correctly, actually? No, I didn't. I fixed it, though. You also need to remember I'm speaking in Canadian dollars. Actually, I'm just gonna double check. How much is the 3-zone bus pass? They may have raised it. Let me check. Because I haven't bought one in a couple of years. Okay, I was wrong, actually. A monthly 3-zone pass is $189. I thought it was 200 something. 189 bucks for the 3-zone. I was confusing it with the 2-zone, which is 140. I was thinking 240. Yeah, the 1-zone is 104.90 cents. 2-zone is $140 a month, and then the 3-zone is $149 a month, and the disability card is $59.95 a year. How far is a zone? I'm not, well, I mean, okay. So, hold on a second. Let's explain the Greek here. So this is where I live. Not exactly, but this is the Greater Vancouver area. These are the 3 zones. Zone 1, zone 1 is like downtown. Zone 2 is like all of this area, and then zone 3 is all the places that you don't want to go, and because nobody lives there and everything is far apart and terrifying, except for Port Moody. Port Moody's kind of nice. So if you are taking the trains and you cross a zone, you get charged more because you crossed a zone. So if you just bought, like, let's just say, if you just have like a pass, which you just load with cash, which is what I do, I don't buy the monthly passes. If I cross a zone on the train, I get bumped up a zone. So my fare goes from, it's like $1, I think it's $1.59 if you have the cash card, to, or if you pay with credit card, to, I think it's 3 something if you cross a zone. And then if you cross 2 zones, it goes to 4 something. After 6 p.m., the zones don't matter. If you're on a bus, the zones don't matter. That make sense? So the zones are like a train-specific thing. Or C-Bus if you're a weird rich person that lives in Longsdale. That's how it works. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple. Wow, it's another lonely day in the Dwarf directory. It's just me. All right, so all this stuff got mined out while I wasn't looking, so that's good. You right here, you can start doing this. Doop. 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 That. You know, if the last fort was very heavily focused on big, wide open spaces, this fort's gonna be focused on tiny little cramped spaces. Okay, so it seems like the only chunk I saw freeze was this tiny little bit right here, which is interesting. I'm quite impressed by how happy these dwarves are, too. I mean, every single one of their basic needs should be met, so. I'm also going to change the kind of look of the side of this a little bit, because I just realized I have this flat roof right here. I'm just going to put ramps here and here, so it goes all the way up, because I think that'll look nice. Go ramps, 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 and then we'll also have a way up to the top, if I want to add a chimney or something. Ooh, I could put a grate up there. We'll do that. Let's go wooden grate. I was trying to think, like, what could I do to make the roof look a little bit more interesting? Put a grate, like, right here. I mean, like, dwarves don't need ventilation, but maybe we'll get visitors that will. Watch goose. I could pen pasture the birds on the roof. That would be kind of fun. I'm kind of expecting this fort to die in the next, like, 20 minutes to just a were creature or something. You're going to post a song once you finish it? If you're writing it, I'd almost put it in either the post art channel or the self-promotion channel. If it's something that you're making money off of, put it in the self-promotion channel. But, I mean, you could also just talk about music in the music channel. That's fine. But, yeah, feel free. What kind of music? But also, like, if you do post it in the music room, like, that's fine. You're using the room as it's intended for. Or if satisfied at work. Are dwarves doing some city planning for mass transit? I don't think dwarves understand the concept of transit. They just go. So, how's the fort going? I mean, Chad, can we even call this a fort right now? It's like, how is the room? It's like, I don't know if I can even like legitimately call this a fort currently. But I'd say pretty good. It's quaint. It's cozy. It's currently an inn, but there's also a lot of an out. There is no, well, okay. We don't need to start the tombs until we've made it into the basement. Once we get down to the lower layers, and then we can start making tombs. I need to make like a whole like, this is gonna, I'm not gonna actually be able to keep up with any of this because this is gonna be so much work at some point. What if there you go. Pick one. Insulina. Noki. Nonki. Nonki? I think that's how you say that. Thanks for the brand new Prime subscription. Chad, if you have a Prime sub, check to see if it's up. Chestnut, you're everywhere in this fort. I'll have you know. So ready to use minecart systems for faster travel? No, because they don't consider that to be pathing. Minecarts are a way of transporting resources from place to place. Not a way of actually making things. Or not a way of like dwarves moving from place to place. It's like okay, I was really confused because the map hadn't updated. It's not a way of transporting dwarves. It is a way of transporting items. Some migrants arrived. Oh god, yeah, pretty much. But like, okay, so what if for pets for dwarves, they also get tombs? And also, on top of that, what I could do, because I'm trying to think about how I'm going to build military right now. Military in this fort's going to be a problem. Looks like a fort. This is going to be a fort. Chad, if anybody has ideas for how we could build military, let me know. We could do it like very military complex-y, where it's like, it's a barracks with like rooms and houses around the outside, and they all live in the rooms and houses around the outside. And then there's like a big space in the middle. At least in Canada, we get a special form for home office expenses, which most employers don't want to provide. That's interesting reading that in Oblivion Cube, because like as a Canadian who's self-employed, I don't have to do a special form. I just write it down as a tax deduction. Round the outside, round the outside, round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Mom's spaghetti. Anyway. You know, I hate to break this to you guys, but fucking the internet ruined my brain. Whenever I hear that song, I can't think of the actual lyrics anymore. Well, I can, if I've heard that song most recently. But when people just type in round the outside, I don't think about that song. I think about two dark magician girls went round the outside, round the outside. Anyway, fucking Yu-Gi-Oh memes. She only forms fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, does not often feel lustful, and sometimes can act without deliberation. Thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, doesn't often focus on material goods, does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She can occasionally overindulge, and she is curious and eager to learn. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and lingers mildly at bad weather. It's time to do it to duel, exactly. She deeply respects skill at arms, does not particularly value the truth, doesn't particularly value loyalty, doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Wow. And likes horn silver, nickel silver, green zircon. What does this dwarf sound like to you as a career? Out of curiosity, chat. Giant gray squirrels for their for their tails, and 2 grain wheat for their beer. And the words of the adorable monk and the sound of the zephyr glimmers, and when possible prefers to consume great horned owl, oysters, lettuces, river otters, river spirits, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Never killed anything. Wants some excitement. She wants to fight, cause trouble, and be extravagant. Just mayor. Put her in charge. Corrupt hammerer. Well, here's the thing. I'll put a note. Make me share or capt of guard. We'll do that. Make me captain of guard. Sorry, I have to give you notes. Who doesn't hate fire snakes? Somebody who likes fire snakes? Maybe that's the first room we build down here. The first rooms we build down here are the manager's room. And the captain of the guards room. Although, I'll need a separate prison for the captain of the guard. Because, like, my goal, part of my goal for this fort is to keep people stupidly happy, right? Like, by trying to appease every single need possible, or as many of them as possible. Because that's largely the goal of this fort. In order for me to actually pull it off, I do need to interact with every single system from the get-go. Which I normally wouldn't do in a particular order. I don't actually know what that is, Ranger Rick. It's been so long since I've read that book. Also, jumping into YouTube chat again for a second. Yeah, if you're self-employed or permanently work from home, it's easier when you work sometime in the office and sometime at home. It's just 1 day per month in the office. It's stupidly complicated. Oh God, that sucks. I had no idea. That's interesting. I had no idea. Although, let's be honest, tax law in general is stupidly complicated. It doesn't really matter where you live. So I need something to sell. I think I'm going to go to the craft store, to this workshop. It's free for anybody to use right now. Actually, never mind. I will just sell the stuff that they left here last time. That's all we'll do for trading this round. That's what we'll do. I also this is a trend that I love in Twitch chats, is just people who don't live in the US realizing how fucked the US tax system is. It's like one of my favorite genres of React content in Twitch chat. It's the same in Canada, but our taxes are way easier to do yourself. It takes you like 20 minutes, maybe. You kind of realize why there's so many tax jokes in Canadian or in American media. The thing that you need to realize about American taxes is they have private companies that do your taxes for you that lobby extremely hard against like individuals who, you know, want to do their taxes. Also, found an aquifer. Cool. Okay, well, we'll have to dig underneath this, I guess. Oh boy, never mind. Fine then. We'll have to dig further to the left then, which is fine. Yeah, taxes are intentionally complicated because lobbying. Because a lot of companies, their bottom line is making taxes as complicated as possible. All right, well, we're going to have to make this bottom side go further out because I've collided with aquifer in a lot of places. I usually have my taxes done, dusted, and ready to go by like January 1st. It's usually my goal to just have taxes done by that point. If you get them wrong, they'll let you know and you can get assistance. I mean, here, if you get your taxes wrong, they phone you. And then you fix them, And then if you don't fix them, then they phone you a second time. And when you get the second phone call from them, that's when you start praying. Because that's when your ass is getting audited. They phone me once a year to confirm that I'm still self-employed and still, like, making YouTube videos. And then they go, yep, okay, cool. And then that's it. Still genuinely one of the funniest conversations I've ever had with another human being was the conversation when they first called me to confirm what I did because I made more in, like, 2 months than I did in the previous 2 years. Because I was making, like, I don't know, 15 grand a year, if that, through Twitch. And then there was through Twitch and YouTube. And then there was that, like, December 2022 where it was like, whoa, in like 2 months, I got a paycheck of like $30,000 or something. It was like just under 30,000. I mean, since then it's been like a tenth of that, but yeah, that 1 month was nuts. Like December 22 probably is the most money I will ever make in a month in my entire life. Unless I win the lottery or something. Or like, you know, become Asmongold. Which I'm okay. I don't need to do that. Hi, Hobo. How are you? Or DF2 gets released. This is the sequel. We've been over this. Yeet. This is the sequel. This is the sequel. It'll be Dwarf Fortress 3. Actually, it'll probably be Armok 3, but DF3, that'll never happen because Tarn can't count to 3. We've been over this. Wait. DFXP. DFXD. Hobo, how are you? I get on a plane in less than 24 hours. You know what I realized, by the way, Hobo? I learned this yesterday at 8 p.m. I got a text from Kevin, and he goes, hey, so what time are we going to the show tomorrow? I was like, I what? And he goes, oh, did you already forget? I'm like, I guess so. What are we doing tomorrow? Apparently I'm going to a grindcore show tonight. Apparently it was cheap. I have zero recollection of agreeing to this, but anyway, fortunately, it's right beside the train. It's only 30 minutes train ride from my house, and it's over at 11, so I'll be fine. Just go to that, don't get super drunk, go home, crash. You don't know what that is? Well, to be specific, it's a grindcore noise rock show. Yeah. It's $11 tickets. It's like 2 local bands and then 2 that are actually really good that I would like to see. No, like it's legitimately going to be a great show. But, so here, I'm going to explain grindcore in one sentence. Grindcore is death metal, but punk rock. No, but I do have to wake up to get to the plane, so if I drink a fuckload, I won't make it to the plane. I'd rather catch my flight. Kashmir. Flights to, like, Montreal aren't cheap right now. If I can't get drunk at gigs, nah, I don't need an energy drink. I'm good. I will be okay without that. Okay, so now that I've done that, we're going to chuck a grate up here. Yeah, I really like the way that looks. Metal and hardcore techno? Nope. 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 No, grindcore is very much very, 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 very loud death metal with very short songs and a lot of like noise. Very loud. Yeah, that is Electric Callboy, who I also would love to see. I saw a lot of Electric Callboy shirts at, well, maybe not a lot. Like, maybe a dozen Electric Callboy shirts at the last show I went to, which was Unleash the Archers. Who, by the way, they had a lot of audio issues. It was a part 2 of their album launch tour, which was at 2 tiny-ass venues, and now they're off to go do a bunch of European festivals and other big shows. But they had some crazy fucking audio issues. because their bassist couldn't hear himself for the first song, and then after that he was like fiddling with this thing, like trying to fix his bass. Like then we couldn't hear the bass, and so there was a good solid 20 minutes of them just kind of like shooting the shit and talking, and the rest of the band just started jamming country songs. So I got to listen to Unleash the Archers play like everything from Sweet Home Alabama to like you gotta like know when to fold, whatever that like game about playing poker is called, or that song about playing poker is called, for like a good solid 20 minutes while they like unfucked their wireless guitar issue by, you know, how do I put this? Plugging in a cable. Gambler, that's it. The Gambler. They did not play Rawhide. That would have been fun though. I would have been there for that. They did that. Anyway. There was a few points where, like, what's her name? I always remember her last name, Slays. Anyway, the vocalist of Unleash the Archers a good couple times just stopped and was like, guys, stop fucking playing! I need to do a sound check again. It's fun. Good show. Although I listened to some grindcore, but apparently I only listened to metalcore and deathcore, but which is not to be confused with death metal or heavy metal, right? Or hardcore. I personally like Graveyard Death. Like if I'm given an option, I would take Graveyard Death over almost any of those others. Let's see what these verbs are thinking about. Having an intellectualist discussion with an acquaintance. Upon improving speaking. Enjoyment while performing. I think that the you guys probably have the ability now. Yeah, just don't get yourself an 8-core, and then you got so many even more cores. So chat room, I think that the Dwarf nominations are up if anybody wants to nominate a Dwarf. Fusion core, huh? Yeah. Not to be confused with Fusion, huh? Well, I mean, there's a very fine line between speed metal and power metal, so I don't need to change your mind. Why do I need to change your mind? They're kind of two sides of the same coin as far as I'm concerned, but yeah, you're not wrong. Kashmir would like Dwarf. Chat, does Kashmir get Dwarf? Yes, no. Okay, chat. So since Kashmir get Dwarf, what Dwarf Kashmir get? Oh, I've got a really dumb rule for this fort that we could throw into this theme. If somebody hits the maximum negative mood, they get all of their housing removed and are locked outside and can't claim a new house. Beard, please? Okay. So chat, they need to have a beard. We could have a homeless population in this fort. That could be awful, but also kind of cool. Kind of a fun thing to deal with. Rip children. Nah, I mean, you just have to be smart with kids. You're upset, no room for you? Pretty much. One beard left. Yes, it is one. There is only one beard left, I think, which is Rakus the manager, right? All right, well, I guess we're giving them the manager then. You do have a study, but you don't have a bed yet. Remember the corrupt hammer? What, I don't think I can make homelessness illegal. I can't just convict dwarves for no reason. Although they should give us a convict button to convict people for no reason. So this is Kashmir then. True, throw them in the caverns could also be a good way to do it. I mean, here's the thing. It's a very fine line, but from utopia to dystopia, let's be fair. He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, occasionally overindulges and often feels lustful. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and is currently more rude. He drums his fingers when he's thinking, inhales sharply when he's angry, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsdwarfship. He doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, We'll restrict planting a little bit more later, but for right now, we're not going to worry about it. He likes basalt, steel, sardonyx, tower cap, wood, parakeet leather, cotton fabric, the color dark green, the words of the pantomime of tweeting, and the sight of the diamond silver when possible prefers to consume giant wild boar, maize, beer, and hates mosquitoes. You have no kills. You're the member, manager, and bookkeeper of the Big Fall, which is this place. And you worship Nish. You're not a religious dwarf at all. You are friends with Raph and Amos the Scholar. So you actually made friends. Meanwhile, Insulina is coming in to go grab something to eat. Swordhide, not to be confused with rawhide. You did grab a cave fish roast. Sounds delicious, honestly. Yeah, we have to, if we do end up going all out with that level of insanity, like expelling or getting rid of upset dwarves, we would have to have some sort of reinstatement rule. Also, I'm just realizing that there's a bunch of toys over there in that stockpile, so I'm just going to go down here. Make a stockpile for toys. I think those are under finished goods, right? I realize we have no kids in the fort right now, but I'm just going to make a stockpile for toys, because why not? Ice the Black Cat, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. It's good to have you. I hope that you've had a solid afternoon and a solid stream. What were you streaming today? What were you playing? This fort's going to be way too much work. I'm going to regret all of my words and deeds here at some point. Uh-oh. That's not good. Water coming out of somewhere. World with Twitch integration. That work out? Trying to figure out where in the wall this is coming out of. See them as collectibles and not toys. I'm sure we'll get kids eventually. Probably coming from... Oh, is it coming from the roof, maybe? Oh, it shouldn't be coming from the roof. That looked like mist for a second there. Well... not entirely sure what I can do about that. I want to make another layer here, like channel out a good chunk of this. Let's just dig this back so I don't end up with cave-ins. Yeah, hopefully it went well. Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Thanks for sending your friends over. You got a new bike helmet to use on the scooter last Christmas, and I just set it for your head. It has a magnetic visor. Ooh, fancy. Fancier than my helmet. My helmet's an antique that I got for free. So, you know. Meanwhile, you're still over here pondering ethics. Becoming a dabbling brewer. Good old merciful dwarf. Also kind of curious, what animals are on the map right now? Okay, so it's just carp. There's no snapping turtles. I think I'm gonna do something I almost never do. make a fishing zone. Although my actual plan is to build fishing huts, which will be connected to the houses along the far left side, right here. So the dwarves that have housing here are going to have stairs that go down to here, that are going to have little protected huts that hang out over the edge, that have little fishing spots. Because I think that would be cool. I think that would be cool. It's going to fix the ethics. Make them better or worse. Or do I even want to know? Nope, this is the same world. Same faction as the last fort, too. Kashmir is good. Nish the broker, doing all right, too. Looks like we've brewed some drinks. We've prepared some lavish meals. Doesn't feel anything after sleeping without a proper room. I mean, that's the way you want it to be. Rafts and Big Bang, by the way, are together. Should note that. Which means those two are going to need to go home together. Windows or Linux behind the waterfall? I don't know how to answer that question. Probably bars, actually, or like something that'll let the mist come through. So is it fair for me to say neither? But this currently is where everybody's living. I mean, look at this. We're about to get our sweet pod harvest. Look at all those rock nut roasts. That's a lot of rock nut roasts and barley seed roasts. Wonder if those are like poppy seeds. A poppy seed muffin. Gotta love a poppy seed muffin. I have a question. Does DOS count as Windows? DOS does not count as Windows. Okay, well then we could put DOS in there and call those bars because it's the same number of letters. YouTube says never, so. But not anymore? Did they, like, abandon it or something? Well, I mean, dumb question. But what do you mean by not anymore? Because I know, like, Microsoft made DOS, but, like... I thought that, like, Windows still ran on a DOS shell. At least up until relatively recently. They bought DOS? Well, okay, sure, but you know what I mean. Hello, Sniper. Good to see you, mate. Over in the YouTube chat. Hope the boats are good. DOS counts as 2. Well, unos dos, right? Was XP the last one? Okay, I thought that Vista and 7 did, but... The last one built on DOS was me? Oh boy. Windows ME. That's a name that shan't be uttered by many an individual. Make one more round of blocks, then we'll probably just cancel this job, let the dwarf do other things. I mean, here's the thing. If you read literally anything about what Gabe Newell has said about Microsoft, I would be more willing to believe that Gabe Newell would sell Valve to Apple over Microsoft. So who cares if they've set money aside if it's not for sale? Yeah, no, Gabe Newell is an interesting individual. And also, I think the main reason Gabe Newell is an interesting individual right now is because he's realized that if you're worth as much as Gabe Newell, you don't actually need more money. I know that's a wild thing to say, but well, cheers, Sniper. Have a safe trip home. Hey, Jetpack.
I just want to say that you sound extremely happy at the end of your video about quitting Windows and it made me giggle.
I mean, that wasn't necessarily intentional. I was more happy about the line where I said, like, it's fun to learn something new sometimes, because it is. It's like, learning something new can be very frustrating, but that's mostly what I was excited about. I like Shake's take in the YouTube chat, which is Windows ME ran Space Pinball just fine. I never actually had to use never had to use Windows ME, because the only person I knew who had Windows ME was my aunt. And every Christmas we had to unfuck it because they would completely demolish that poor, poor, poor computer. They didn't even buy that computer a drink before they absolutely fucked it. It was awful. Linux is a lot like DF. No, it's not. Linux is a lot like any software that is like complicated and it has existed for a long time. There's a lot of conflicting information. There's a lot of documentation, and it's a lot to sift through. But if you're capable of using a functional, assuming we still have functional search engines, and you're capable of using a search engine, it's not that bad, because it's just a process of, all right, well, gotta look this up, gotta look that up, gotta look this up, gotta look that up. It's not too bad. It's just a lot of searching for things, which I don't know. I don't think is that crazy. I mean, most of the issues I've had that I've caused myself, I've been able to fix within hours. Not even minutes in some cases. Might just make this into a farm because I ended up with this leaky roof. That sounds like DF. Have you never used a complicated piece of software before, Redbug? Yeah, that is kind of an issue, actually. Is it being solved in 10 ways, because then you can end up like solving an issue the wrong way and making it worse. Deep Space, what up? This fort is getting ridiculous and I've barely even started it. But hi, how are you? Somebody gets to live underneath this pillar, by the way. I would actually swap those two emotes around, Lanix, because then it looks like the wizard has big hand and he's also petting Moss. Generally, I find people like what they're used to using. Fondrix. I mean, here's the thing, right? The more I talk about this stuff, and the more I talk about it with chat, and the more I learn how to fix things, the more I just reconfirm my own personal theory that every single OS in existence is horrible in their own weird, unique way. And regardless of what OS you're using, you have to learn how to fix it. Whether that's like OS X, whether that's like Microsoft Windows, whether that's Linux, does not matter. They all suck. They're all terrible. Every single one of them. At least if you're using Linux, then you know how it works, hopefully, after using it for a while. So that when it breaks, it's not breaking for some mysterious update reason. It's breaking because you broke it and you should go fix it now, idiot. What about Zoidberg? Ranger Rick. I don't know. Wherever you want, past it. Don't really have a biking room. Yeah, I think this is going to become a farm. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily, like, true, Thundrix. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, I guess. I think literally every single OS is terrible. Doesn't matter what your background is. But that's also because I'm very much a glass half empty kind of person and not a glass half full kind of person. If I was more glass half full, maybe I would agree with that. So what I think this is going to be, I'm going to dig this 1 or 2 more tiles into here. And this is just going to be like a perpetual little water source. If it ends up building up into more water, I could end up using it as like a well. But what I think I'm going to do is right here. This could be slightly lower percent because it doesn't matter so much right now. This is going to go all the way up to here. And I think I'm just going to cover it all with grates. And we're just going to let it, if it does flow that much, dribble out down here. Is what we're going to do. And this will be a little farming area. Once they're done digging out here, which they almost are, which is lovely. And then this right here can get constructed ramps. We'll make them out of the stones that are in the vicinity. They can go dig this out. Food, drink, and seeds is good. They dig 2 more tiles into there, which obviously starts dribbling. Then we get that dug out. Thought I dug them one further, but I guess I didn't. 100% happiness. Maximum happy. Okay, so for right now, we're only going to do this. But I'm going to say, okay, let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's just do 22 wooden grates. Willow it is. Kind of surprised we haven't gotten a second migrant wave just yet. You guys think I should leave this bare stone or pave it for these lower bits down here? Bare stone or pave it, chat? Think we pave it? Pave it always looks nicer. Yeah, I don't disagree. Path when we get blocks. I do have blocks, though. Okay, we got not a small amount of blocks either. It's most of my blocks, but it's fine. There's an owl hopping over there, right here. It'll look nice. And then down here, I can smooth and fortify this. I'm not sure how that ended up there, but it did. Okay, so this right here can also get smoothed. And as you like. Well, here's the thing, right? Because we've already got this, inside of this, for those of you who didn't see the setup, is a tavern, a dining room, an office, dormitory, temple, library, and a brewery. Currently, we have just about every single thing covered. Like, the only thing I guess I could do would be, like, a guild hall or something. But I don't really want to do that just yet. So because we're that specific, and because the goal of this fortress is to build, every single dwarf gets their own tailored, like, every single dwarven family, I guess, is probably what I should elaborate it as, is going to get a house underground. So if it's just a dwarf, then they just get, like, a one-room, two-room thing with, like, a basement with a tomb in it, and then all that jazz. And we're going to build out little houses for every single dwarven family. That's what I'm going to do with this fort, which is part of the reason why I've blocked the population already. And I'm not going to increase the population until everybody's satisfied, because it's going to take a while. So this fort is going to be pretty high maintenance, I guess, is the easy way to put it. Apparently, they can't even make it to that. Thanks for the stream. Just one of the worst weeks of your life, so you're happy to joke around and try to relax. I'm happy to try and help. Cheers, mate. Take care of yourself. Hopefully your week gets better. But yeah, we're going to slowly go around with all of these grates and fill things in. Like the new Godzilla anime movie series? What? Not familiar. Although they're always making Godzilla stuff that I'm not familiar with, so that's actually kind of normal. There's this nonsense on screen. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I will be right back.
Cheese for everyone!
This is my favorite roguelike on the system.
Sandwich!
Hell, damn it.
Wow, that's quite the... You're just rattling them all off. The civilization that had to stay to Earth had to adapt, so that they moved underground to build cities. Okay. Can't type for shit today? That's fine. What'd the bot do? I don't think the bot did anything wrong. Yeah, this can be a tiny little farming area. I'm just going to queue it all up as a little farming area. We're not going to actually use it for a little bit. Oh, that should have been not bot. Okay. I think we're going to do this. Oh, now there's an ad break. Go figure. Go figure. Oh, just Fat Finger's little screen. Fat Finger's little screen, bad combination. Been there. I don't have fat fingers, but I've definitely had to type on a little screen before. I usually just kind of scream at it incoherently. Apparently, Yacht Club Games is announcing something. I just got an email about an announcement for an announcement that Yacht Club Games is announcing. So, I don't know. Shovel Knight people, for those of you who don't know. So chat, I have a question. Which is the first dwarf to get the first personalized house in this fort? Who gets it first? It's an announcement for an announcement for an announcement. Yes. I got a press release about an announcement. We have 9 dwarves. How do we know who's going to be the mayor? We have 9 dwarves. Sorry. The scholar? We're actually not gonna have enough dwarves for a mayor for a while. Scholar should get the tavern house. I mean, the scholar could technically already have one. Because we could just leave the scholar monk duder up in here and just slowly let him have this whole thing and build this out into a bedroom when it becomes available. And let them just do this and this periodically. But I might actually swap out their crafts, give them something else. Like, I'm probably going to swap this out for a gem cutter. So we could just say that this is the first one. But the little tavern up here stays semi-public. You think the miners? Well, Insulina's going to become the captain of the guard. So it would be like either... Oh, we could do Big Bang first. Because Big Bang was one of the first miners and also is together with Rafts. So that would be 2 things we need to set up for him. He wants to craft an object too. So giving him like a craft store shop would probably be good. Or something. Okay, so we'll do Big Bang first then. But something else that I need down here is I just need 2 stoneworkers shops. Because I need to get more bricks going. Because this one up here is going away now. Oh, I know what we could get him to do. He could be a mechanic. I mean, that's the upstairs area. The upstairs area has all that stuff. For the brewer and the chef and all that nonsense. Cannot reach site. What? You mean like this? No. I say, I don't think I have dwarves that are stuck somewhere. I mean, maybe I do. Yeah, no, I'm going to give the number of members of the family that number of beds. So if it's like a couple, it'll be 1 bed. If there's kids, they'll start getting extra beds in a separate room for them because I'll have to be building up their little houses, right? Because that's what we're doing. Each dwarven family gets a little house. But technically, the way I'm wording it is every dwarf gets their own house, but if they have a family, then they're going to get multiple things in their house. Basically. The streams to your TV, and the YouTube stream is a bit behind. The YouTube stream is always a bit behind, yeah. I think they're a bit busy right now. Yep, a little bit busy right now. So we'll just let them do their thing for a bit. These are getting constructed slowly. Stuff's getting moved out of the way. Yeah, this is going to be dug out and then, well, maybe actually just, we should do it this way. Instead of this way. So this will get dug out and replaced with grates eventually. And since we're slowly building, let's do floor grates. And we're into early summer now. So that will collapse. These 2 will collapse if I build them up. So I'm actually going to put 2 floor bits here. We'll just do that. Be fine. Make it drain a little slower, possibly. Tomatoes are good, Ilmiran. How's Ilmiran? By that, I mean they're not dead yet, as far as I know. Unless they died in the very short period of time that I haven't seen them. It's crazy hot and humid outside right now. You have a feeling that this storm is going, it's going to storm really badly when the cold front hits. Sounds fun. Slight sarcasm note. I can't tell you guys how happy I am that this fortress has an aquifer, though. Jeez. Actually need some more grades. There's 4 right now. Let's do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Just did all these. We might not make it overnight. Oh, they did. They did. But yes, I was in fact worried. You're not wrong. I think I'm just going to do this with whatever's closest because it's all the right thing. Turns out we have tons of this stuff anyway. But yeah, no, they made it. Tomatoes did in fact make it. My concerns were not ill-founded, but maybe not quite necessary. So first 2 miners. So a miner. So it's for 2 dwarves. Actually, they will just be, they are lovers. They're not married. Lovers don't live together, do they? Okay, so I do actually need to start getting rock blocks going. And I'm just going to repeat this when amount of rock blocks is less than 100. We'll check this monthly. And if it's less than 100, they're going to make 25. Just for that one shot. It's going to take a little bit to get done. But hey, they'll get to it. And this is all going to go down into here. And it's going to connect to here. I'm thinking maybe we make this into a well. This is kind of sketchy, but hey. Is what it is. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I probably won't be able to make it into a well. Oh well. And this is why I was like, well, I do actually have to get these constructed as quickly as possible, because if I don't, it's going to just slowly start filling up the water. Tavern of sorts is going to go right here eventually. But yeah, as far as me being worried about my tomatoes goes, I do have pretty bad anxiety a lot of the time. So that's definitely a part of my worry there. It's not going to say that it's like not well-founded, but that is a part of it. There's a part of my brain just being mean to me. I do love the fact that this dwarf's just hanging out in here all the time. This is also like, you know, just our brewer. Person in charge of doing all the brewing. It's a good time. I don't say this all the time, because like 2 forts ago was just very much analysis paralysis. I don't know what to do. Oh god, I can't make this fort look good. Last fort was, I kind of had to settle for an aesthetic, which ended up working really well. Like, I didn't start off that fort planning to, you know, build a, like, entirely glassworks fort. That wasn't the plan when I started that fort. It eventually became that, but that wasn't what I set out to build. This fort, I feel like I've started with kind of an idea of what I want, and that's nice. It's been a little bit since I've had a fort like this. You love this channel? As in this channel that I've dug, or just my channel in general? Excuse me, my ego's big enough without you saying stuff like that. You know what I might end up doing with this? This might end up being a walkway. Might do that. So many construction jobs. All right, well, something I do need to do, and that's something that is very good, actually, is Raf's here is a carpenter. So I don't know who's been doing all these jobs. We're just going to give this to Raf's. And once Big Bang's house is built, I doubt they'll split, right? They don't really get divorced. They just kind of get together and then eventually get married. I think what I'm going to do is once Big Bang has a house built, I might just get all of the carpentry stuff going in Big Bang's house, so we'd also have to give them a shed for wood. Okay, so we're gonna have to go down. How far down should we put the tombs? We have to think about this. Because, like, one, I don't really want to hit the caverns, because that could be bad. But that is something we have to consider, is where do I want the tombs to be? I like the idea of the upper floor being for bedroom, lower floor being for workshop, middle floor being whatever else I give them, or like storage and then workshop on the main floor. But thinking about this, because once I start building tombs, they have to stay there, right? Hanging over the ravine? Oof. I was thinking about doing that with balconies. Like, I am planning to do that, but I feel like that would, like, kind of take away from the river, really. Fourth layer? I don't know what that means. I think... let's do one layer below the river. So, like, maybe... right here. And then this can be the first tomb. Now the question is it a family tomb or is it a cluster of tombs? If it's a family tomb, then they'd all go into the same tomb. Then they'll need space around them so that I can expand them as things go. What is the cluster tomb? Basically, it's like, if I'm making a cluster of tombs, then it would be a bunch of small tombs. If it's a family tomb, then it would be one large tomb. Deeper as the family grows. True, I mean, it'll be one separate stairwell going down and up for each one. If I ever do another longer term for it, like 100 years or something, it would have to have this kind of theme. Now check this out. Many people have told me this doesn't work this way. Watch this. Yes, it does. You can build up from a, like, dug stairwell. Magical. So Kashmir, working on being a stonecutter. You floor grate. It's a slow process. So now actually I'm just going to test something. If I put a bed here and make this into a bedroom, this isn't where I'm going to keep it, and then give it to Big Bang. Okay, so yeah, I need 2 separate bedrooms for them until they get married. But that's not too hard, because I could then just build it out into one bigger bedroom. So this upper floor up here is going to be the bedroom. So I don't need to build a roof. I have to, like, take some shortcuts here. So this in here is going to get a carpenter's shop. And I'm thinking... If I do want to go full fucking stupid, it would be they also get dining rooms and offices. But that might be a bit too stupid. So actually, let's push this wall out a little bit. I'm sure I'll figure out, like, a method to this madness at some point, but we're not there right now. Once I have an idea of how I want all of these to look and how they have a workflow for them to get built, and how I'm actually going to fit stuff into these. Could be micro dining rooms and offices like the tavern. Oh, just like it's a room, like a singular thing. Yeah, we could maybe do that. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! What the fuck? How did that even... Big Bang! Building his own house, what a guy. I don't actually know how that happened. So you are unconscious? Unconscious, unconscious, unconscious. I'm not seeing any health problems. Not yet, anyway. Okay, they all had boulders land on them. You got bruises, but... Oh, I know what happened. I was building a roof and then deconstructed the supports for it. That's what happened. Basically, I am big smart. Fortunately, nobody died. So, everything is fine. Don't worry. Off to a good start, I guess. So much for Cozy Village, eh? Yeah, they must have literally made it that the very second that it, like, got added on. Oh boy. I used to be the first dwarf with a tomb and bedroom. Well, I'm going to make a coffin. Oh man, I wanted it to be made out of salt. Okay, no coffin just yet. Let's do coffer. Make sandstone. 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 And brown. What'd you miss? I accidentally caused a cave-in in my first construction, which just goes to show that it doesn't matter how long you play this game, you still suck at it. Fact. It's okay. Nobody died, though. We did attract no migrants this season. I guess we didn't sell enough. And another thing I'm going to do is I am actually going to get rid of our brewery, which I know that that might sound crazy. But I'm going to get rid of this stockpile. Any Dwarf is fine. Give me 1 second. This is going to be replaced with a gem cutter shop. And I'm going to make my monk my gem cutter, because that's their day job. And we're going to put uncut gems in this stockpile. Just rough gems. All right, so now that I've done that, which one do you want? Whomst do you wantst to beast? And also I need to jump to the scholar here. Oh, can I not remove that now that I've deconstructed that? Let's do that first. Deconstruct it. Nish. The broker, it is. Travanoid. Bolt Arch. You're in love with Dominoc. She presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, can handle stress, it doesn't focus on material goods, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to think before acting, and she doesn't hold on to grievances. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is quite ambitious and often feels lustful. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She personally respects perseverance, finds leisure time wasteful, and does not really value skills related to fighting. And I also need a food stockpile now that I just got rid of that plants one. You're currently going to go take a shower. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally respects perseverance and does not really value skills related to fighting. She likes gypsum, plaster, and steel, red zircon, giant chipmunk leather in the color blue, warhammers and beds and figurines and crutches. And the words of the West Silvers and the sound of the ivory diamond, and when possible prefers to consume bloated tubers and raspberry wine, and absolutely hates snails. And she has a clear voice. Welcome to the fort. Also, thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in today so far. It's nice to have a crowd, you know? Shoutouts to, the 200 of us watching here on Twitch and the 50 over on YouTube. And just as a reminder, I am going on vacation as of tomorrow. There will be stuff on YouTube while I'm gone, but largely there will be probably a bit of a break in content until I have successfully returned, which won't be until I get back on the 10th super late at night, and the 11th will be my catch-up day, and then 12th is when we start up again. That's when the streams begin once again. Minor bruises, oh boy. Making sandstone cabinets. Let's get to it. This upper layer needs blocks. Oops, those are ramps. think I'll make this upper layer a little bit more square. Absolutely loving the moss, Sidvo. Thanks for having that adventure and taking the shot. I'm glad that it's getting use. I don't know. I mean, I didn't take the shot. Kevin did. What everybody's up to. Detailing walls, detail wall, destroy building. Man, everybody's so happy. This is ridiculous. Okay, you're getting knocked out so I can get these boulders out of here a little easier. And then over here, we're going to continue this side. Okay, so what workshop chat should Big Bang have? Big Bang is a miner. He's also a diagnoser. He's a carpenter. We could just make them both into carpenters, maybe? He does have a pickaxe, which obviously is his primary gig, but he needs to make crafts at some point. What do you think, chat? Because everything else he's just dabbling in. I mean, he's a dabbling carpenter, dabbling engraver. Doesn't really have any other skills directly. No, because I'm pretty good at managing my path and greed. Ideally, they won't die to it at all. No problem, Rednew. Over in the YouTube chat. Yeah, well, I mean, we don't really have any injuries. I mean, I could do this. I could make... This would be kind of neat. Make a little room right here and make it into a doctor's guild. And connect it to the house. Maybe put like a doctor's guild like right here. But there isn't any like... Well... Trying to think, how could I like honor this dwarf's doctor skill without like just making a hospital? I mean, yeah, I could make a really small hospital like right here. Like I could make like a little something like, I'm just spitballing here. This isn't actually what I'm going to confirm just yet. Like a little doorway right here. They could go into here. And this could be like a bed, like a table, a traction bench, a chest for stuff, and that's it. Could do that. And then I could maybe build a second floor on top of this that becomes like a diagnoser guild. All connected together. But then at that point, I might as well just make you into my chief medical dwarf. So I think that's what we're going to do. And then over here is going to be where Rafts works. This area up here can be split into 2 bedrooms. If they get married, we can just merge them together into 1. That'll be pretty easy. This is going to be a very slow progression fort, just an FYI. There's going to be a lot of time spent paused here. The last few forts I've done have been like the opposite, though. Just like massive, fast, maybe even too fast progression. Whereas this fort's just been very slow progression, which I don't mind. In fact, let's make a rock salt table. And another chert table. Let's do 2 more thrones. And also a coffer and another cabinet. This is going to be a very, very slow progression. It's only speaking in real life, highly trained combat medic to disabled. Being a highly trained combat medic to disabled, switching job skills was hard. Some things stayed, but more nuanced skills have diminished. Yeah, no, I believe it. I completely believe that. Like, there's a lot of truth to the statement of use it or lose it, right? Okay, so that area is probably clear up at the top of the tavern. I do also need to keep track of alcohol now. So here, this is going to become a jeweler's shop. I'm going to use the chestnut blocks so I can get rid of them. V Rusty, very much, yes. It's like me, at one point I, was a pretty high-end athlete, like actively training multiple times a day. I've more or less lost that at this point. I'm going to expand the size of this a little bit. So we can get some more of these barrels out of here. Get all this stuff moved out of the way. So this is going to be specifically Amos, who is the competent gem cutter. They're going to have a job which is cut gems. And when the amount of rough gems is greater than 12. Well, let's do... Oops, I was clicking the wrong button. We're going to do is greater than 6. Do 5. How so, Thundrux? Out of curiosity. You're lonely after being away from family. The dwarf who lives up here is going to end up being like a very chronic hermit. I think that while this is the first priority of a place to build down here, I think that the second priority of a place to build is going to be an underground brewery, which will probably be like up here somewhere. Because we're going to have to move a brewer down here. Did we run out of making... Oh, wow, we did. Wooden grates. Wait, actually, hold on. Yeah, we did. Well, we'll make some more willow grates. And let's just say another 20. Make them out of willow. So, like, if a dwarf gets their hand mangled, they tend to try the same thing. But they ultimately have to switch jobs. I mean, yeah, Dwarf Fortress is such a weirdly realistic simulation of characters, and that's why I like it, so I guess kind of same vibe in a way. Okay, so because this is going to be a combination of 2 dwarves, I'm going to put a carpenter shop in here. Let's say oak logs for the carpenter shop. I'm going to have a wood stockpile right here. And this wood is going to be where that dwarf works soon. I'm also going to need stairs going up and down here. Let's run along the bottom here. Yeah, that's something I really like about Dwarf is that dwarves can get permanently maimed, but I feel like it's one of the biggest, most common complaints I see. It's like, is there a way to heal like a dwarf with a missing leg? It's like, well, I mean, heal is a relative term, okay? You can learn to compensate for the missing leg, but will you ever heal? I don't know about that. Will you ever truly heal? Does anybody? It's pretty nuts and super awesome. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why this game is art. Because for also as many real world values as they follow, they also like, you know, fudge it in a lot of places. There's a lot of fudging going on in this game. I think they deserve a window. You can also turn these into less cruddy windows in the future. And down here, I'm gonna put the sandstone. Let's flip these around. Go chair. Oops, come on, you. We'll do table here, we'll do that. Sandstone, throne. And then this can be a tiny little dining room. And this tiny little dining room is going to be assigned to Big Bang. Or maybe we'll make that into an office so that you can still get better socializing. Also, if chat has any suggestions for things that we could add to this kind of nonsensically complicated little fort that I'm building, give me a shout. Okay, so up here, top side, bed. Also gonna go down here and say bed. We'll just say bed, and we'll say bed. And, well, rafts can work here. Top half of this. Right here. It's going to become Big Bang's bedroom. Bottom half of this is going to be Raph's bedroom. Keep wanting me to say Big Bang Theory. My favorite thing about Big Bang Theory is how consistently, like, moms like that show. I do kind of love that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't like that show either. I think it's a stupid show. It really makes me feel like... It just makes me feel bad watching that show is the best way to describe it. But, like... It's kind of incredible to me how consistent the stereotyping around the types of people who really like that show is. Okay, you're making that cabinet. Let's get that done. Oh boy, that sounds like a lot. I mean, how about we find metal first? I know that there's like tin and iron on this map, but... You're not wrong. I mean, that's why I was just saying, oh boy. I did in fact ask. You are correct. Let's make a door here. What? What is Raph's up to? Drinking? Although... Cancel removal. Delete you from that. Knock that down. Another thing I'm going to need to do is set it so that only farmers plant. I like how these are considered modest quarters, even though there isn't even a bed in there yet. Perhaps I need you to get down here and make you a bed. Something we do really need. We got 2 coffers, we got a table. I'm also gonna need to put a bed over here. I think that we should put some more windows in. Of course, we could swap these out for glass windows in the future. Instead of just fortifications. I'm just currently amazed by how happy this fort is. Uh-oh. Kangaroo Buck is fighting? Oh, okay, chat, I have a question. Do you guys want to take bets? Do you think this kangaroo fell down the waterfall? I think we just had a... I think we just had... Kangaroo fell down the waterfall. YouTube chat is asking, just got here, is this special settings in some way? More like special rules and theming. I'm basically making individual little workshops for every individual house, and each dwarven family gets an individual house, and we've limited the population to 40 for right now, and hopefully we can slowly crank it up. No! Not at all what I was expecting. What? Oh yeah. Sure. Fine, definitely, yes. How the hell? It must have just like tried to jump from one tree to the next and it just missed. Kangaroo fell down the waterfall. It's the most Australian bluegrass of all time. Okay, you know what? To heck with this. But what I do need is I need a mechanic shop. What I do need is I need a mechanic shop. And I need to make a singular traction bench. Oh my god, I've got like the dumbest idea ever because this would be an absolute pain in the dick and extraordinarily impractical and like take a lot of work. How about the way we build hospitals is I just add little outpatient rooms to people's houses. So instead of having like a big hospital, we'll just have like 40 little patient rooms for the different doctors. The second like 3 dwarves die, this is going to be awful. Nah, never mind. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe just for the important doctors, and I'll also just have like a bigger hospital somewhere. But I'm okay with having some smaller chunks to it. Because that would still be interesting, but it might be a bit much. I mean, most of this fort I think might be a bit much, but it's fine. This is done. Can I even make a traction bench? Probably not. I need to make a... Don't you need mechanisms for a traction bench? I beg your pardon? Oh, they'll probably just cancel it, right? Yeah, okay. Let's see how you feel. Content after eating a fine dish. There you go. He's confused, dwelling upon being knocked out during a cave-in. Sorry, but that's just funny to me that, like, that's the thought in his head. All of the thoughts that dwarf could have. That is the thought. He's got a concussion. Oh, true. You're probably not wrong. It's probably quite likely, actually. Did I ever make another doorway? I did. so up here, I'm going to go up here and plop in a cabinet. I'm just gonna go look at something. I just heard a weird ass sound. Weird ass sound indeed, but it's my neighbor being weird. I have a very strange neighbor. She's like 70 something and is very Chinese and only moved here a couple years ago. And she was outside with a bag of frozen potatoes, smacking them on the pavement next to my wall, breaking them apart, from what I can tell. They're like, what are you doing? She's just like, frozen. I'm like, okay, Lisa, whatever. Sure, fine. Bizarre sound, though. Let me tell you.
Nani?
So, I don't know. She does like to give you an idea of how strange this lady is. She does her like dishes in a bucket and then puts the bucket out and then pours the bucket down the drain outside. Like she's a nice neighbor. She's a nice neighbor. She's just a very odd person. She's got some old habits, I think. Caravan has arrived. Culture shock? I mean, I don't know if it's shock at this point, but I don't dish bucket? No, I use a sink like a normal person. Because we, you know, I assume unlike mainland China, probably have better plumbing. So, you know, you pour the gray water down the, like you drain the sink when you're done? Why the heck would you dish bucket? Did you grow up in severe poverty? Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like, I get it. It just leads to some strange sounds outside that you're not used to. When you're not used to hearing such things. Okay, sweet. So we are getting gems cut. What for? What's up? What are you screaming about, potato? Okay, so we've got our rock salt traction bench. Gonna go right there. Probably even looks quite pretty. And then a chest. So this is my tiny little outpatient area. So this is just gonna be the hospital. With Big Bang there. It's gonna be dwarves only. From what I know, she wasn't from a big city. Like I don't know where she grew up, but she didn't grow up in I'm talking to YouTube chat, sorry, Twitch. But she didn't grow up in a big city. I do know that she grew up in the middle of nowhere in a small town. Don't know where exactly, but I do know that she grew up in the middle of nowhere in a small town. So, gosh knows. Very big country. Deep Sea Fishing meets with the Outpost Liaison Eshan, which is interesting because like we had a named Outpost Liaison previously, and now we don't. I'm once again just gonna request silver. This time we're also gonna request brass and silver and brass. We'll just do that. They want bracelets and metal instruments, and I think they wanted thread, but I don't really have much. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to go to amulets. I'm going to sell them my amulets. I'm going to go to bracelets, probably. Nope. Ring. Ear. Figurine. There we go. That's something to sell. Rose gold figurine of a forgotten beast. Can sell the spiked copper ball, because Lord knows I don't need that. Wow, we've got so many weapons now. Let's do all of these training weapons, because I don't need these lying around. These are things that they sold, that they dropped last year when the Kias went after them, which may happen again. And if that happens again, I will probably laugh. But holy shit, those are expensive toys. Like, damn, dude. Okay, well, I'll keep the steel toy hammer and the steel toy axe. We'll sell the rest. And also, let's go to large. Let's just go to cut. Well, making some decent gems already. Getting to it. Skull? What are we sculling for? You need some old ladies in Japan who would do the same. I think it's just a matter of, like, if you grow up somewhere or if you're just used to doing a thing a certain way, you just kind of keep doing the thing that way. Like, that's something that I've just, the longer I, talk to people and the more people I meet, the more I just am completely convinced of that. I mean, somebody, move often, so younger people or people who are very, like, forward-thinking and forward-minded often manage to move out of that kind of thing, but I think it's pretty rare for that to actually work out. Unless it's something that they intentionally go about doing. If that makes any sense. Okay, so we can now trade. Bring the Travenoid, the broker, up. I think that the broker should live in a room with the trading depot. Just for future dumb ideas. Although I don't know how much of that I'll get to today. This might be the least progress I've made in the first year of a fort. It's like, what have I done? I made a bedroom. 2 bedrooms. Okay, well, I do want all of these bars, if I can. I'll shut off the camera so you guys can see. I'm actually just curious, how much value do we have? 404 extra? Okay, what do I not want in here? Probably not going to use the nickel silver. Probably cut out those 2 to save some. What else does they have? Ooh. Rock salt Kilrid. Paper out a cat. Weapons. Kinda. I have a scroll, but I can't really afford it. Thinking about grabbing those crutches. And the splints. I'll buy the silk thread, maybe? No. Maybe just the cave spider silk thread. And that's a fancy bracelet. Scabbro's scepter's fancy. We'll buy that. Can't even buy an individual shoe. How about the barrel? We'll do that. Perfect. We'll give them the profit leans. All right, sweet. Then this upper area, of which I don't actually think I'm going to go all the way across here. I think I'm actually going to knock out 3 of these. These are going to be gem windows. And there we go. This right here is going to be the Doctor's Guild. You really like the look of this house so far? Yeah? It's got 2 bedrooms, guest bedroom, or we've got Big Bang's bedroom and then Big Bang's partner's bedroom. I don't know if they both need doors. What do you think? I don't think they both need doors. I love the way sandstone furniture looks. I should go out of my way to get more sandstone, I think. It said scorching, but this chunk here froze in the winter, so very little of it freezes. Tiny small amounts of it does, though. What should I put into this room, chat? This is the Doctor's Guild. Should I put anything specific in here? What do you think? I mean, I think we should do another throne and another table. Let's just do throne, rock, throne, rock, table, bookcase, traction bench, bookcase. Let's do wooden bookcases. Let's make oak bookcases. That'll be a nice material. Those will all just end up being chert probably. Unless we do 5 and 5. Let's do 5. Make those out of this. And 5 of whatever. Table, traction bench, books. We'll do 1 extra table. Yeah, this will be the first house. Hello, Basil. Traction bench, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Is that for these two once they're married? We'll put it right next to the suspicious swing, okay? Well then. In regards to that comment, Thundrix. Well then. That's all I really have to say about that. I'm not sure if this will ever actually reach this, but I feel like I should probably coax it along at some point. Okay, well I can plop a bookcase up in here. That'll be 2. I love the fact that the guild hall above it is going to be bigger than the actual possible hospital. I'm in an ad break. Hold up. Investments are open, chat, if you care. I do have to say, don't forget to check your Prime subs, chat. If you happen to have a Prime sub up, it'll make those ads go away. And, I don't know. Streamer's sitting here being like, my birthday was yesterday and streamer made lots of money, so streamer's not complaining. But at the same time, streamer's going away I'm missing a bunch of streams this month. And June last year was my worst month of the year, money-wise. And I'm sitting here going like, how annoying do I be today? Not that annoying, clearly. Let's see, do I have an extra hatch cover? I do! Excellent. And I definitely do. Sweet. You missed the birthday stream? Yeah, well, is what it is. It was fun. We had a good time. People were very kind and lots of people rated me.
Gazoom44 cheered. X200. Crypt Bongo.
Thanks for the $2, Gazoom. And Foul G. Weren't both of you? Yeah, both of you were here yesterday, though. Thank you.
Foul_G cheered. X200. Happy belated birthday, Crypt Beer.
Actually, just gonna put a bookshelf here because I think it would look nice. Just giving this dwarf a bookshelf because fucking why not? Really likes his bedroom. It's a modest quarters. It's still fun. Was you not? I swear you were here yesterday. I swear I talked to you yesterday. I might be wrong, but thank you all the same. I'm 30 now. You don't remember? It's okay. Neither do I. Anyways, don't have any unrotten cookable solid items, apparently. Guess it's time to do all this. Right here, I'm just going to put a little pillar thing. Oh, no, not right there. One over. Might build a... I don't know. I need to figure out where I'm going to store seeds. I think farming and brewing needs to be one of the next things we do. I really like the way wooden furniture looks. I really, really like it. Let's see, did I make that traction bench yet? I don't think I queued up that job. Nope. Oh, I did. Look at that. Do it. Do it now. Bringing a sandstone table over. It's 50-50 on the biome. It's a rocky wasteland and good biome, and it's all the wilderness equivalent, so it's mirthful and wilderness. The last one was Untamed Wilds, and that one was not a bit much, but like, I find Untamed Wilds exhausting after a while, so. And this little area right here, going to be a guild hall. Or doctors. And I'll say citizens only can visit there. So that they, well, maybe don't quite make it citizens only just yet. I also haven't really thought about how we're going to do temples. That's something I need to figure out. Taking this from YouTube chat as well. A little bit exhausted with your haunted biome. The zombies and sieges are a bit of a headache. That you're taking a break from? Is that why you're watching this stream? Or when you say taking a break, do you mean like taking a break from Dwarf Fortress because of it? Okay, well, you're still making bookcases. I'm also going to queue up, let's say 20 willow grates. Temples per god / cult? You mean per organized religion? But not all dwarves are part of organized religions. Because that's the only way to really have jobs associated with them. Getting hefty amounts of tickets? I mean, sometimes you win them. Sometimes you lose them. Okay, chat. So, who's next? Who gets the next house? What do you think? Antronarch? The stoneworker? Deep sea fishing. Should be the... Who are you together with? Anybody? No lovers currently. Is the expedition leader, yeah. They are a novice planter. I don't see any need to craft an object. Could do farming. I mean, look at this. This dwarf's... Okay, so this dwarf is weak, has poor focus, low stamina, and is clumsy, hates harmony, and is distrustful. That seems like the weird hermit in the side at the end of town who lives in a log cabin. That's what this dwarf seems like. Maybe we put her, like, right here? Something like this, maybe? And then maybe we could do flooring made out of mostly chestnut logs. And one tile of oak. Could do a layer down below that, actually, I don't know if I want to do seed storage here specifically. I could do seed storage. Wow. Seed storage over here on this side and make like a little shed there, similar to what I did with this house, but for seeds. And then we can get this farming up and running. I think we could make that work. Also, I just kind of thought about this. If I dig this down by one, I could just make this... Oh, actually, ooh, why don't I not do it right there? Let's not do it right there. I'm going to dig down by 2 right here, basically. I'm going to make a well right here is what I'm going to do. And then up here, you're going to get this traction bench. Actually, I'm curious. What's the value of this? Only 400. Okay, well. I guess I would have to do some shenanigans to increase the value of it. So that's there. Can dig you down one more. Kind of want to see if I can get this down a little further. So let's try this. Gonna have to do this quickly, though. Now, don't fall in. It's a pro tip. Okay, we found some limestone, so that's kind of exciting. But anyway, that's our well now. Just gonna go down here and... Oops. Don't do that. Click that button. Just make it go away so we don't see it. Now, up here, let's go... Well, you. Sure. Ooh, fancy rope. So I think this is going to be where we are going to begin farming. Out here, I'm going to also build a little area like this. And this is going to be where we are going to store our seeds. I realize it's currently going to be inaccessible, and that's okay. Just going to place a grate right there. Am I just out of floor grates? Is that the issue? Yes, I guess so. Rafts is off drinking and doing whatever the fuck. I think I'm going to remove Rafts from other jobs and just say only do assigned tasks. This is something that I'm going to have to start doing pretty quickly. In this fort, we may actually end up needing a specific hauling squad.
I am finally of age.
Your sub is, at least. Thank you very much, Ice Hockey Player, for the 18th month. Congratulations, you can do what 18-year-olds can do now. Or 18-month-old subs can do now. Means a lot. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers in both chats for the 18th month? It's greatly appreciated, dude. Also, Celesty, I totally super duper did not see that. Do you want a lady dwarf who's a gem cutter? I got just the dwarf. The weird dwarf who lives alone up here in the currently public tavern, but might not always be a public tavern. This dwarf is a scholar. Which, I just realized that I lost all my Twitch nicknames when I swapped to a new browser. Oh my god, you mean you can post content on the internet now? Sure. This is a scholar who is remembering speaking with a friend. She is, well, my scholar, but on top of being my scholar, she also is the one resident currently of the above ground tavern, which is the only public space in the fort. She has a strong sense of duty. She easily is moved to mercy, but she's also a gem cutter. So she's a competent gem cutter as well as, you know, that. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She likes to take it easy, and she could be considered rude. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She tends to think before acting, and she is slow to anger. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she talks to herself when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of raising a family and personally considers it to be relatively, craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. She doesn't really value skills related to fighting and does not really see the point of working hard. She likes limestone brass and black zircon, maces, greaves, and dogs for their loyalty, tamarins for their small size, lion tamarins for their small size, and the sound of the ivory diamond, and prefers to consume date wine, yak's milk, and buckwheat flour, and hates mussels. Can't stand them. And has a slightly rounded emerald eyes. She's good with language, avoids fights, merciful, high kinesthetic sense, and disdains craftwork. But is satisfied at work. Likes her gems. And there she goes. Oh, did I miss an L? Shit. There you go. But there is some sunberries in the north. Super duper didn't see. I mean, actually, hold on. Do I have sunberries? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't know. Holy unicorn. Neat. 3 of them. Well, that's kind of cool. I definitely didn't specifically plan that dwarf for you or anything, Celesty. It's more of a, well, if so-and-so happens to get a dwarf on time, well then, have one that fits. So this is going to be the expedition leader. Let's just queue up some rock doors. And we'll make this out of just the material that we have. So I think this... Ooh, okay. That needs to go down. I'm trying to decide if this dwarf should okay, question chat. So this is going to be for the expedition leader. Does this one get a second floor? Or does this one get a basement? What do you think would be better? A second floor or a basement? I mean, true, I did in fact forget to turn my camera back on. I was about to say, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, but now, okay. Thanks for the hint. Ground floor office. I mean, why are there still only 9 dwarves so far? Well, we've had 1 migrant wave. We barely traded the first season, and then Kia's caused the first dwarven caravan to like break. So I'm assuming that hurt our relations with the home faction, and we only just traded since then, and we haven't had the chance to, you know, trade a second time. Or, sorry, get another round of migrants. So there was time for 1 migrant wave, then Kia's fucked up the trade caravan, then since then we haven't had time to trade again. So that's why there's only 9 dwarves so far. Ground floor office. I mean, ground floor office could work. The thing is, they're going to be like our designated farmer. Because right now we have planters. So currently only selected do this. Well, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to give them specifically planting and mining. It's going to take them off of other tasks. Mac the Hat, just if you're looking for a command, just ask for what command you think you're looking for, and we'll tell you if we have it or not. Would have a commands command? Probably never will. Okay, I know how I'm going to do this. They're going to get a second floor, which is going to go up to here. Although, in order to do this comfortably, I'm going to actually have to build a ramp over here. I love scaffolding. Then this is going to have flooring over top of it, over this whole kind of corner. And then their bedroom's going to be on the top side. And I think I'm going to make them a brewery over here. So this dwarf is their job is going to be brewing. Their job is going to be planting. And their job is going to be like, well, and then they get to just chill in this area, basically. So I think we build a stairs up over here as well as stairs up over here. And this will be, well, yeah. So their bedroom goes up here. Is the way we're going to do this. And then the left side is just going to have a roof over it. So actually I could just do ramps. I guess the fort is just permanently stuck as a small settlement? What makes you say that? You assume that I'm not going to edit these in post. You assume that I'm going to leave them as they are currently, which wouldn't be the worst assumption to make, but it's not correct. It's not really the plan. The plan is to expand slowly, build out the houses and the buildings and the huts, move things around, add in new districts as needed. If I need like a large open area, I will build a large area. But currently we don't need that. Currently all we need is these little huts for these, because there's only 9 dwarves in the fort right now, right? And currently we're capped at 40. No caravans means no migrants. Chat room, can I please, can somebody smack Vukruk for me? Because you're completely wrong. We just traded for a second time, mate. Traded the first time. We traded the second time. We just haven't had enough time pass for the next round of migrants to show up. And because of the time of year we started, we missed the first guaranteed migrant wave. That's just part of starting the video game. So, excuse me while I reach through my monitor and give you a little slap because you don't know what you're talking about. It's okay, though. I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time, too. Because you are very wrong. We've absolutely had migrants. We will absolutely have more. I'm actually quite happy, though, that we didn't get a ton initially. Because it saves me some headache of having to overcompensate for the way that I'm building this fort. Besides, the internet takes parts of correct information and then makes incorrect assumptions based on the pieces of information that they have that they deem to be the correct piece of information, regardless of if it's actually correct or not. All right, well, this is going to be my still. Although, let's actually double check the material I'm making this out of. Let's use oak. Yeah, we didn't have too much to trade, and also, you know, one trade caravan. Like, the people are very, like, absolutist when it comes to Dwarf Fortress and trade, and they're like, oh no, you missed a trade caravan, they're never going to trade with you again. It's like, well, no, that's not how that works. Like, they will definitely trade with me again, they just won't bring as much. Like, we're not at war now. That's not how that works. And we will absolutely get to trade with them again. Like, it's silly to presume otherwise. At this point, it's just a matter of time until we get to trade again. Oh yeah, no, totally. I've missed like 4, 5, 6 years before, and also had entire caravans die. Like, yeah, no, they'll bring less for a little bit, but that's okay. We will be fine. I really hope a tree grows here. Just gonna say that. Truly, truly hope that a tree grows there. Because that would be really cool. Just have a tree pop up here. But we'd have to hit the caverns to do that. Which I'm convinced I'm going to just do by accident at some point. Getting smashed dead by a collapsing boob mountain. Yeah, they showed up and trade with me the next year, right? Like, yeah, we just, like, impact killed them with proximity mines by dropping a literal mountain, like, 30 Z levels, and it crashed to the ground and exploded everywhere and blasted them to death with bits of boulder. And they showed up next year and traded. It's like, they just got shredded with shrapnel, and they're like, yeah, we'll be back. Moon Dew Jam, thank you very much. Continuing that subscription. Means a lot, dude. Crypt Keepers was a hell of a fort, let me tell you. An absolute hell of a fort. Still waiting on those logs. Say, who is my woodcutter? It's you? Okay, you're going out to fell trees. Okay, this at the back here, I can get rid of this now because we have the way up. Waiting on blocks. Make your blocks quicker, please. Actual good content and funny takes. I just wish, you know, I really like the content that I make. I really like the audience that I have. I just really wish the stuff that I made was more marketable because it would be way less frustrating to make the stuff that I make. But thank you. Means a lot. Okay, so this gonna be a bed. That's gonna go there. Maybe? Yeah, let's do that. Got an ad break in a minute, chat room. But chat rooms, both of them. Can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. For that continued gift sub. As I slowly also continue to make a river back here. Hey, look! It's made it to the end. The little dribble of water has made it to the end. I mean, here's the reality, right? About the ads on Twitch. They don't bother me that much. Even, like, before I had Turbo. Like, for me, ads on Twitch are less obnoxious than YouTube. In almost every aspect. Purely for the reason that, at least with ads on Twitch, the streamer is very aware of them. And they can be as obnoxious as the streamer lets them be, right? So if the streamer is aware of the ads and is like doing their best to not, you know, ruin the show with the ads, I think the ads are kind of fine. If the streamer just ignores that there's ads and keeps talking through the ads, that sucks. I think it's like the benefit that Twitch has is that at the very least, if they're mindful of it, it's not so bad. So this, I guess, should just be a plant stockpile, right? Oh, it should be a brewable plant stockpile. Let's just do this. I wish your stuff was more marketable. I can relate to that. Half a ton of... he made half a ton of honey last year, and I still have most of it. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know how you would market honey. How far can you mail honey? Set up a business deal. I'm only half joking. I guess it actually probably more likely depends on how much are people willing to pay for honey. Pauses and banters a bit during the ads. I know Shen does. I know a few people. I think Cringer does. I know a few people who do. Although, I don't quite go as far as Shen, because Shen also has, like, a countdown timer above his head counting down. Can't really sell outside of Quebec for now. Oh, that's fair. Also, reading the same person talk in two different chats now, that's confusing. But it is what it is. All right. What was that? There was a giant white thing there for a second, and I didn't actually see it. It just blinked in and out, and I, like, saw it as it was disappearing. What was that? Is there a fluffy Wambler in there, maybe? Has to have been a Wamblin. Sussy Wambler. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Food import laws are crazy. Actually, it could have just been water falling. So this right here is going to become bedroom and office. Office will be here. Bedroom will be here. For deep sea fishing, the expedition engineer, who I think is single still, right? Yes. Sorry about that, deep sea fishing, but you are in fact still single. All right, so now that I've done that, I'm gonna go up to here and we're gonna check our gem collection. Ooh, lots of wood opals. Remember, they're not actually wood. They're just the same color as wood. And then let's jump up here and say wood. Wooden chest. It's very confusing to me that chests are wood. I think I'll just make 2 chestnut ones. Still making the grates. I'm gonna plop a bookcase right there. Do I have tables? Yes, I do. And a chair. Chat, office or dining hall for this dwarf? What do you think? Does the expedition leader get a dining room or an office? They don't seem to care too much about other people. They do miss their family, though. Office it is. Here comes the first bed. Or the bed, I guess. Still waiting on those. Waiting on those. And then cabinets are what I need. Do rock cabinets. Let's do 10. Start building the tombs. I'm also going to do something. I'm going to set this as priority walk and this is priority walk so that they don't walk here. Because I'm hoping we get a tree there eventually. And if they walk over top of that, we'll never get a tree. But we also can't get that until we get the caverns open, which is going to take a bit, probably. Okay, so right here is going to be a seed stockpile. Although, not everything. We'll just say pigtails, plump helmets, cave wheat, sweet pods. And this is going to belong to the expedition leader. And we're going to brew drink from plant. We'll just say 25. We'll just say quarterly. Because that'll be okay for right now. We'll just say brew drink from fruit. When the number of fermentable stuff is available. And we'll say do that quarterly as well. Also going to jump up to here. And I'm going to make a plant gathering zone. Just a gather fruit zone or whatever. This craft store shop needs to move underground too. Okay, so now that I've done that, I guess we set these to go follow, right? Maybe just not as much, so that they're not as heavily used. Dad's texting me. Okay, so let's go over this way. And then all we need to do really is just get those last bits of furniture done, like the cabinet and whatnot. Got a bunch of doors. I do really love the way this fort is looking at the starts. This is looking real nice. You're gonna start brewing drink from fruit. Let's pop up to... I don't know. I'm like in two minds of if I should keep the kitchen up here. Because Travenoid's still working up here, but Travenoid doesn't live in this building. These are being restricted, so I can... You know what actually I could do? I can make these the opposite. So this'll not have cave wheat seeds. It'll not have pigtail seeds. It'll not have plump helmet seeds. And it'll not have sweet pod seeds, but it'll have everything else. And then these lower layers down here, this one will have all the others. So all the alternatives. Because this is where we're going to be doing the below ground farming, and that could become above ground farming. But they are also cooking those other seeds, so it makes sense. Here, we're going to start doing plump helmets. On this side. This is very inspiring. Well, I'm happy. I'm glad that it's inspiring. Giving you ideas, if nothing else. We've got all that plump helmet spawning out the doors. It's going to be very busy. 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 You're almost done with your willow grates. Which means it may almost be break time for this dwarf. So chat room. Kind of lurky. It's getting later in the day. I'm going away for a bit. What are you guys going to be up to while I'm gone? Guys have anything happening over the next few days? The next few, weekend or so? Anything exciting happening or interesting going on? I mean, obviously, like, you guys know what I'm doing. That's pretty well documented at this point, I think. I just got my bike, so as soon as I get my new bike, so as soon as I get back, I can't wait to get outside with it for a little bit. Going on vacation as well. What you doing for your vacation? You're raising bees to make new hives. It is that season. Yeah. I'm actually like kind of excited to leave and then come back because one of the frustrating things about gardens is they don't change much every day. One of the great things about gardens is if you leave for a bit and then come back, they change a lot in a short period of time. You're visiting where I am. Well, sure, sort of. Well, I guess I am in the Pacific Northwest, but Pacific Northwest is kind of a lot, so. Terraformacraft. I'm assuming that's a Minecraft mod kit. Fiber Festival. So, is that like an arts festival or is that like a food convention? It's like it could be either of those things and I'm not sure which. Let's actually do 12. Camping? Ooh, what kind of camping? Drive-in camping? Not drive-in camping? feel like I should also just make a little dining hall in here. And then we could do a kitchen thing up here and then have like storage underneath it. Maybe that should be the next thing we build. Be a little dining hall type space. This dwarf wants to be around friends. Be working and playing DF. Gotcha. I think that'd be big enough for a small little tavern extension. Just a little dining hall thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chairs. Food down beneath it. The food's gonna kind of do this. Because we need an area for like cooked meals, basically. Arts Festival, small indie yarn dyers sell yarn and talk. Okay, right, yeah, because you've talked about knitting before, right? Sounds fun. I like that kind of stuff. Those things tend to be fun to just visit, too. Gonna need some tables and chairs, though, to do this. Don't know how many I have lying around, but we'll find out, probably. What's everybody up to? God, this is such a small fort right now. This place is so quaint. Sprithome. I have a feeling this fort's gonna take an evil dark turn at some point, but for right now, it's just very cutesy. Something I do need to do, actually, is I need to get the, because our meals keep canceling, I need to get, like, some fishing or something up and running. Or give a dwarf hunting, perhaps. Although all the unicorns are over on this side, so. So this is going to be for cooked meals and cheese, maybe? Cooked meals, cheese, and drinks, I think. Yeah, we'll just smooth it. Take this one easy. So food, prepared meals, drinks, and we'll say cheese. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna be doing fishing in this fort. Which is, it's been amusing to see the responses so far. I mean, I'm building a quaint little underground town. Of course we have to go fishing. Come on. On a giant river. I mean, yes, it's overpowered as all hell, but we're rolling with it. Wow. I hadn't actually looked at that yet, and I was like, wow, we've actually completed a lot of jobs. Yeah, no, totally. We've chatted about this before, Amber. But like my assumption was either, okay, it's cereal related, it's fiber, or it's like sewing and knitting and crafts. I'm glad I got the right guess the first time. But just so that you know, it's between that or cereal. Yeah, I mean, like every now and again I'll use fishing in forts to just add flavor to the fort, you know? Change it up a bit, do things differently. But it's not something I do regularly because, yeah, like, you just hit the nail on the head there. Is that sometimes it's too much. Sometimes it just starts to suck. Dwarf wants to fight. Big Bang wants to fight. Maybe we need to make a whole crew wrestling squad that just wrestles somewhere in the middle. Could do that, actually. Let them just train somewhere. We do actually have a decent amount of weapons. Let's just scroll down this. And just unforbid as many of these as I can. Every now and again as well, I'm going to have to go through here and pause a lot of these jobs so that we can go do this. Get all this construction stuff done. We're all going upstairs to drink. That's part of the reason things are taking so long right now is because all of our food and drink is upstairs. Like if I go down here, what's in this stockpile again? Okay, so this is just like all the ingredients, right? This is all just drink. I'm going to shrink this down to one tiny... Oopsies. I'm going to shrink this down to 1 barrel. And this up here has all gems. And this over here is for just plants, which also needs to move. Fed your 4 radial dugouts says it has shale and salmon. Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah, I mean, I want to have little huts hanging out over here, like fishing on this, using grates and like roofs and stuff. I mean, my actual prejudice against like fishing in Dwarf Fortress comes from the fact that they're always the first dwarves to die. So it's really something I do for the dwarves' own good. They don't know it, but I do it for their own good. One of these days they'll thank me for it. Although today is not that day, probably. Okay, bases and stuff getting placed. Doors coming in. Do I have tables? That is the question. I have 2, or had 2. My question is this just going to be a dining hall or a full-on tavern? Could be either. Oh, totally. I mean, like, you could absolutely... Like, body of water that has fish in it is absolutely a safe way of fishing. No, I mean, like... I always go back to this one thing that happened. I was playing in an Untamed Wilds biome in a much older version of the game. And it was a really dead day. Like, nobody had said anything in chat in like 30 or something minutes. And then somebody popped in and said, "Hey, could I get a dwarf?" I was like, "Absolutely." I found them a dwarf and asked what type of dwarf they wanted. They said that they wanted fishing. I was like, "Well, I don't have any fishing dwarves because they tend to die." And he goes, "Oh, that's fine. I'm sure this one will live." I'm like, "Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm." So I gave them a fishing dwarf. And to put it simply, that dwarf I read the description and everything. The dwarf walked outside, started fishing, and then a giant tick jumped onto its head and killed the dwarf. And that is basically like the inevitable end for almost any fishing dwarf as far as I'm concerned. Like, unless you have very specific areas set up for them, they're the first dwarves to die. They're the first dwarves to die to a were creature that shows up. They're the first dwarf to get torched by the dragon that shows up. They're the first dwarf to get punted across the map by the bronze colossus, right? Like they are the cannon fodder of the fort. And honestly, I kind of like that. I think it's hysterical, but it's very impractical. Dessert? Hoy, man. Hoy. I think the way I'm going to do this is just going to be a dining room. Upper floor is going to be the tavern. And it's going to have 2 overhanging areas, one on either end. But we'll just get the dining room done first. You made smoothies? Well, there you go. I think once all this construction is done, we should actually like stop constructing things for a little bit, because if you actually look at the dwarves, most of them are constructing things. We got a lot of things that need to be put away. Strawberry and ice cream. Nice, nice, nice. What flavor was the ice cream? Was it like vanilla ice cream or? Also, just because I have them, chucking a bookcase up there. Also strawberry, gotcha. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Haven't had a smoothie in a minute. It's been a while. That or I could put the kitchen up here. Nah, kitchen should go below. Somebody's house should go over here and then it should connect to the kitchen. I'm trying to think of the name of the fort. What was the name of the fort that Krug Smash did after, like... I think it was either before or after Scorch Fountain. It was the one that had all of the panda people that died off the bat. Red New, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Check, can I get a round of beers? Actually, in both chats, because you came from YouTube, didn't you? Appreciate you, friend. Thanks for the Prime. Does anybody remember that particular fort? I like to cut the amount of ice in half in most smoothies, and instead of going for, because for me, if it's just ice cream, well, that's not a smoothie, that's a milkshake, which is fine, but it's kind of a different thing. If I'm making a smoothie, I like to have ice in it. It just tastes better to me. Kind of calms down the sweetness a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Forgot you had it, and chat, make sure you check. Yeah, there you go. Double check. If you have Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you probably have a Prime sub. Dwarf, yeah? Double pick. Very small select. Choose one, fit you. Me go thumb up. We're running out too. Actually, do we even have a dwarf? Or are they all named? Ah, crap. So, bad news. They're all named. Chamber Point, that was it, yes. We should be getting a migrant wave in the spring. You want to just, like, chamber that one? Or do you want me to refund it? It's up to you. Could hold it in the chamber for a little bit. There we go. Meal's coming in. Can wait for a migrant wave? Okay, I'll holler when a migrant wave's up. If you're going to be here for the next 30 minutes, we can do it that way. It should show up sometime in that window, I would think. Just put a little town square thingy over here. Get that rolling. This is going to end up being a chef's house right here. So whoever gets a house right here is going to be our cook. Just got the skeleton of it going. And they have to share a wall with the expedition leader, which, you know, he gets up to some strange things in there. All that brewing. It's trouble brewing most of the time. One dwarf in the pocket, one dwarf in the... What? Actually, hold on. I don't like the way that looks from above. Why don't instead... That's the start of the wall. We'll do it that way. This can be storage for something. Do it that way. How's the new fort going? It's quaint. Very quaint. I don't know how you feel about it and you have to share. I know what you mean. We just built a dining hall. The upper floor is going to become a tavern at some point. But currently, it's just a dining hall. Okay. And what I really need to do is just, like, stop giving them construction jobs so that they can just go do things. We'll just let them finish these up, and then we're going to wait for a little bit. You love the 2-level dining halls and taverns? Yeah, me too. This is why I build them all the time. I'm trying so hard to not block the doors here with these, but oh well. I'll just do one. It's an ad break in a few seconds. I will pause game when ad break happens, and then hopefully you guys don't miss anything. Just build a stairs up here so that we have an idea of what we're doing. What? What do you, what happened, Bastet? I'm trying to read what they said, but I'm not sure what you were responding to. Almost 2 hours. I hope you had a good snooze. I guess my stream is just that serene today. The smooth vibes all day. And I think I'm going to put a lever right here. Let's make 2 more mechanisms. This lever is going to be connected to the upstairs area. Or to that door out front that I have. What are we hauling currently? With logs probably, right? Meals, mugs, that sort of stuff. Got it, got it. It is 2 a.m. there. Jeez! The music they did? Oh. I'll have to take a look. Combat logs? Kangaroo's fighting. Okay. Kangaroo's going full stupid once again. Yeah, what room's it in? People can go check it out. You know, honestly, though, Chad Broski, random stuff popping into your head and then suddenly, oh, hey, I said a thing and I don't understand it. This is basically that's basically how I function as a human buddy, as a human being. Human buddy? What? As a human being is I just say shit that pops into my head for 10 hours a day. Am I getting attacked by a cat? It's okay. Good kitty. Boop. Apparently there's a cat attacking my face. And also, since we're in an ad break right now, I just have to say thank you very much to the 40 people watching on YouTube and the it's actually 180, but it jumps up because people refresh the stream. Like the 180 to 90 people watching. 190 people watching here on Twitch. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Happy about the fantastic dining room and content after the pretty good dish. Travenoid and their lover Dominoc here. She ran off. I mean, is cat, so does check out. So I think this one is going to be my first not 2-floor house. And the reason I think this one isn't going to be 2 floors is because, well, it's going to be 2 floors, but they're going to have a bigger basement. The reason is I want these windows to still be functional for my expedition leader. So, because you have windows here, I don't want to encroach on your property. So the Dwarven Homeowners Association here has said that no building double floors. Max is out. I'm gonna pause that. I, for a second there, thought you had a cat named Lithium. And I was about to ask if you have a cat named Ion and a cat named Battery. Because I think Batter would be a pretty good name for a cat. I'm just saying. Dwarven zoning rules, yeah, right? All this red tape stopping us from functioning as a society. I can't really say, oh, the humanity, but... Well, I mean, Bastet's cat's name is Lilium. I read that as Lithium. 9 out of 10 for effort, though? What, Kurt and Cobain? Cat Zoomies powered by lithium-ion batteries. So there you go. They just keep on going and 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 going. I mean, what? What, Ion and batteries? I don't know. I think Ion could be a boy's name or a girl's name for a cat. I don't know. We had a cat named Papageno for years, and generally called him Puppy, which really confused people when we also got a puppy. So we had Puppy and Dog. Trying to get a dwarf civ that has both hamstermen and war elephants. That's pretty specific. Good luck. A puppy and a puppy. No, we didn't name the puppy Poppy. No, the puppy's name was Allie. It was a lovely standard poodle, and I miss her dearly. I don't actually play older worlds more often than younger worlds. I tend to just play a world for a long time. This isn't an old world. This is a pretty young world. Anything above 500 years is becoming an older world. This is 339 years is not old. Newer players tend to think it's old because you're not used to the old settings. This is not a very old world. It's a pretty young world. The settings used to be, like, the default was, well, I want to say, I could be wrong here. 250 years was the default. 500 was medium. Long was 950. And longest was 1150 years. If I remember correctly. And it, that's the way, like, 100 years is so young that it's, like, barely worth playing, in my opinion. Like, nothing interesting really has happened by 100 years, usually. But the main difference is younger worlds are, they're There's a lot more knowledge to discover, so if you want to do a lot of books and stuff, it's more interesting in that regard. And there's usually in younger worlds, there's a lot more hydras, dragons, titans, that sort of thing. So I actually I started this world in the year 300 in the first thing the first fort that we did in the first adventurers. It was slightly after the year 300, it was like 305 or something. Because I wanted there to be a lot of dragons and things, like mega creatures. And then after I started this world, or after I started it, like times just passed, so. And then if you generate very old worlds, they have a lot more zombies, necromancers, vampires, were creatures, that sort of thing. Does it have any negative side effects? I mean, if you generate old enough worlds, the apocalypse may have happened by that point. And if the apocalypse has happened, then, well, it's not that there's any negatives, really. It just means that it's going to be a very boring world and it'll be hard to play in. Because you probably won't have a playable Dwarven Civ. I guess it depends on whether or not you count that as a bad thing. Sometimes they can be really fun just to read legends, though. Hardcore goblin hostile takeover life. Yeah. Sad times, though. Well, that's because you're playing in a hunted fort. I'm talking about ones just roaming around the world. And kill it. Fast it. Inevitable by year 1K? Mm-mm. No, not inevitable. I've seen goblins lose. Likely, sure, but not inevitable. But yeah, no, I mean, when it comes to like the discussion between younger worlds and older worlds, it's very much an older player versus, or it's very much a when you started playing thing, based on what you consider to be an older world or a younger world. I'll just use the boulders, that's fine. Do I have chests? Nope. Do I have cabinets? Yes, I do. Let's make 5. Actually, no, let's do 3 and we'll make them out of oak. Although something I will say, just as a note here, huge success. But no, seriously, something I will say is if you are planning on doing a very long-term fort, do not, and I do mean do not, ever, under any circumstances, start in a young world. Because you will be bored shitless. Have I seen, heard, or played Songs of Six? You know how you could answer that question yourself? Go to my YouTube channel and type in Songs of Six. Never seen of it, never heard of it, never have any interest in playing it, and every time people ask me about it, I want to play it less. I'm joking. But, yes, I played it. I have about 150 hours in it. Yes, I've seen it. I probably saw it before you did. And also, yes, I've interviewed the developer, and yes, you can go watch that interview right now on my YouTube channel. Any questions? And just remember, can I tell you your opinion on it? No, absolutely not. I would never tell you an opinion on a game that I played hundreds of hours of. Almost like I like a game that I played hundreds of hours of. If you had 2 cents of peanut in a brain cell, you could probably figure that out, but Many people don't. All right. So, chat room. We need a chef. What do I consider an older world? Anything older than 500 years. Anything under than that is still pretty young. I'm really happy that that's like a very large number that I have to say for that question to be answered correctly. And the reason I say that is because if that got taken out of context, it would sound very bizarre. If it was like, you know, younger years, lower numbers of years. I'm doing all right, Dad. Yourself? Too tall, Dad, specifically? Why is the sky blue? Got it. I was gonna say, I didn't actually know that, but I guess I learned something just now. These dwarves really do like this dining room. They really do. Let's actually make that bed first, please. Like pinball, yes. Definitely like pinball. Well, here's the thing. It could be like pinball if it's a multi-ball. Ah. So we're out of empty food storage items. I don't know if I really want to make barrels. So what I think I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to real quick throw a craft store shop over here. Tell them to make rock pots. Maybe not 90. Let's just say 25. Newt newt? What's a newt newt? Apparently China landed a thing on the moon. Really? Good for them. Weird. Mostly the weird comment. Blue. Oh, I know what a blue spotted salamander is. I don't need to Google it. I might ask Jeeves about it later, though, if I think about it. I think of it. There we go. So we've got Cashmere over here making rock pots. Always satisfied at work, which is good. Pat her a month. That's a pretty short period of time to have a pet, I gotta say. Did I already link these? I'm dumb. Already linked that. All right, well, now I've just got an extra lever. Store item in location. I say, who just ripped all their clothes off? One of my dwarves just ripped all of their clothes off and is like running around now. There's like but nobody died. There's just, Dominoc, why'd you strip randomly? Several questions. Well, you want to be extravagant. You clearly Did somebody else take their clothes off and you were just like, I'm gonna go take these clothes because they're nicer? Is that what? You have no pants, Dwarf. Well, I clearly need a stockpile for clothing. Do you get dwarfs in the fort? Problem is there's none available. So we're waiting on a migrant wave, which we didn't get one in the spring, which I was kind of expecting. And there's currently a wait list right now. We will get more dwarves. It's just going to take a bit. This is going to be one of those, it takes like 2-3 years to get rolling forts. Let's do silver bars. Pants just don't fit him. You should eat less. Wait. Dwarf's got too much booty. Okay, well, what I do need is I need a farmer's shop. That's something I could do up here. Swap this out for a farmer's shop. That would allow me to do pigtails. Pigtails. Not that low. Not 9, but yeah, no, it's set to 40. Because the theme of this fort's going to lead to very slow progression. Which is fine. And now this is going to be swapped out for a farmer's shop. Which I'm going to keep as clay. Don't think I need this stockpile much anymore. I'm just going to kill that one for right now. Do you have barrels in you? Yeah, you do. Why do you have barrels? Stop it. And this is just going to be a spot for pigtail seeds. That's it. Maybe like cotton as well or something. I don't know. Besides, I do have a dwarf that needs to be named right now. There's actually a waiting list currently. Okay, so this right here is going to be assigned to whoever is my cook. Okay, so you right here process plants. Okay, so somebody can process plants. So what I'm going to do is say process plants. I kind of wish I could set like a maximum, but probably have a bunch of plants that need processing. No, I also don't really look at the YouTube chat, so there's that, Anonymous. You didn't know there was an apocalypse late enough into the world, Jen. There isn't. There is no world-ending scenarios. However, factions can become unplayable if everybody dies, which is kind of the same thing. So Travenoid is my competent cook. We're just going to say seasonally make 10 meals. I'll be plenty. So this is going to be Travenoid, who is single currently, but that doesn't mean I can't expand it. I think that if Travenoid gets married, I can make them a second room this way, or maybe I could just do that right now even. But this is the fort so far. As long as, oh, there we go. Some migrants have arrived. As long as I keep it, reasonable, I don't think it'll get too out of hand. We got Eshtan. All right, so, Arende, what kind of dwarf do you want? You see one you want, just holler. Oh, we got a spear dwarf. The reason I'm not too worried about it getting out of hand is because the first thing we did was build this. This is a tiny little, like, tavern slash living space slash farming space slash temple slash library slash a lot of things. And the hope is that that will keep them entertained when they're not working or when they don't have a space yet. Email Craftsdorf. Okay, we'll wait for them all to walk in. I'm just checking the names, really, to see if any named dwarves migrate in more than anything. Or anybody with interesting skills or traits. An interesting looking dwarf. Poorly analytical ability. Yeah, me. Could do it. Expert woodcrafter. Administrator? Pet cat? Okay. More fisher dwarves. Another planter. Two pets. Dog and a duck. It's a pretty big migrant wave. Okay. So they're all just going to run into here and hang out for a little bit. We're going to pop over to this. Get all that stuff moved. Drop down into here. And you said Crastor with a beard. There you go. You get Fath. Is that Fath enough for you? Arende is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care. Can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, is very quick to anger, is very greedy, only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, has an active sense of humor, likes a little excitement now and then, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, lives a fast-paced life, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Can handle stress, and while he's speaking, he lowers his eyes. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And, well, dreams of raising a family. He likes trifle pewter, aquamarine, gorilla leather. Is that like gorilla tape or gorilla glue? He likes thrones, animal traps, and giant hippos for their strength. The sound of the ivory diamond and the sight of the diamond silver, when possible, prefers to consume long yam plants and sweet potato wine and absolutely hates bark scorpions. He has a long beard which is braided and has never killed anything. And he has one passing acquaintance. And you are worshipping. Welcome to the fort. Gorilla tape, of course! Yeah, I just... Stream is not sponsored by Gorilla Tape, don't worry. Although I do use their products, so mostly the glue. Travenoid, signed to this. Making bitter vetch leaf foods. And because I want this to feel like it's part of your house, I may actually move it back to here. I didn't really think about that, but kind of doesn't, this kitchen kind of doesn't look like this is part of their house. So I kind of like losing the vibe here for me. So I'm going to push this back to here a little bit, and I'll put the kitchen into here. And then this is going to go all the way down to here. That'll be your tomb. The legacy of Arendes. Well, at this point, you just need to get the redeem, but it's not up yet, so. Because we have a channel points redeem for it? I mean, the Arende was the one that was waiting, but... Okay, we're placing that there. Placing you here. Do I have any trapdoors still? Nope, Sag. Well, our jeweler has been possessed, and they didn't even need to move, because I think they were already here pretty much. But we have a jeweler who has claimed my jeweler's workshop, and what do you need? Oh, wow, you're already muttering. Okay, sweet. Roughwood opals. All right, then. Perfect gem it is, or something. We do need to decide what we do with artifacts in this fort, though. I haven't thought about that much. They could just go into the bedrooms, or they could go into a public space, I guess. Either of those are options. Also, sorry about that, Kenworthies. Reading 2 chats is a lot, okay? It is. Also, Arende, I realize that you're a woodcrafter, but I'm going to make this workshop yours right now. So you wanted to be a crafts dwarf. You don't even have to choose. If artifact granted to a fort, then to a public space, otherwise to their house. Yeah. I mean, this one just got offered to that, so. Odom, Silobignit in it, the jeweler has created Estadesis, a perfect wood opal, and offers it to the Big Fall. Question is, where do I put him? How about I do 4 tiles of black bronze here. Maybe not black bronze. I was thinking like making like a little gazebo here and then like filling them up with that, but I don't think I actually have enough space to really build the thing I want to build. Well, I mean, this is the Big Fall. See? It big falls right down all the way down to here, where there's a dead kangaroo at the bottom. Because, of course, that is the Big Fall. And if you slip, then you go on the Big Fall, and then you don't get seen very much again. Yes, and I wish I didn't, because fuck me, it was boring, Judge Dredd, in the YouTube channel. Morning, Undeath. How are you? We're in an ad break, so I'm pausing. I'm trying to decide where I would put artifacts. Well, mine aren't falling in that river because I've set up my, I've been smart about how I set up my living space, I guess. This down here is going to be like a storage stockpile for more generic storages. But that being said, I have to be a little bit smart about where I put it so I don't run out of space. And also, it's mostly gonna be like clothing and stuff. But the rule of thumb for Dwarf Fortress is world domination is fucking boring. Because the more you win, the less interesting the world gets. And that really sucks. Nobody wants a world with no other factions in it. So there's nobody to fight with. Fighting with stuff is a lot of your entertainment. At least, I don't want that world. It's a very, like, strange goal to have as far as I'm concerned when playing Dwarf Fort. Taking over the world. It's fun to start taking over the world, and then once you get to a more successful situation, then stop and then go fight yourself. That's pretty fun. To the Temple of the God of Gems. Oh boy. To be honest with you, I don't think I have time to do that. But yeah, that is a good idea. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a rock pedestal. And I'll just plop it somewhere obvious so I can remember it's there. And then we'll figure it out later. That's probably what we're gonna do. Is probably how we're gonna do this. Okay, so you're gonna go down a layer. I do want to get at least some of these gems out of here. Multiracial fort. I think a multiracial racial fort is easier if you start off. Well, here's the thing. I think a multiracial fort sounds great, and then you realize that every single one of them has a different type and size of clothing, and you have to make them all individually, and it's like an extra 15 clicks. Because every faction in Dwarf Fortress is multiracial, pretty much, right? Unless you get some really weird dice rolls with that civ. The vast majority of factions in Dwarf Fortress are multiracial. However, the reason you don't get multiracial migrants in Dwarf Fortress is literally to avoid the tedium of having to make different sizes of clothing for everybody. Literally the only reason. So it's like, while it's interesting from like an aesthetic and like watching your population running around perspective, the way that we make clothing in the game needs to be pretty changed for that to make sense as a thing. I mean, animal people is the reason, right? Because like dwarves and elves and goblins all wear the same clothing. It's just humans that don't. Whereas like animal people, almost all of them have different size clothing. And almost all of them can't wear clothing that other people can wear. And that's very tedious. Like extremely tedious. That's all you really care about. Yep, goblins and dwarves wear the same size clothing. Which actually, believe it or not, is a bug. I'm pretty sure that's a bug. But and the reason I'm pretty sure it was a bug is because at one point I brought it up to Tarn and he seemed surprised that they could. Because like elves are also not, elves are supposed to not be able to wear the same size clothing as dwarves either. Because they're supposed to wear thin clothing. Because dwarves are supposed to wear small, wide clothing, whereas elves wear thin clothing. Do Gorlaks wear clothes? If you make them clothes, yeah. Gorlaks are just yellow Mike Wazowskis, and Mike Wazowski probably should have worn clothes. Dude was showing up to work and probably getting public indecency charges. Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of bugs in this game that are just kind of accepted as mechanics that will never be fixed, and I'm pretty sure that's one of them. I don't think you need to worry about the day that they fix that bug, because I don't think they're going to. What's a Gorlak? You know, I just have to say this. The Dwarf Fortress wiki exists, Judge Dredd. This is the same person who was just asking me about how big of an army have I had, which I'm just not even going to bother reading and or answering, and followed by, or which was following the question of, have you ever like taken over the world? It's like, well, you and me are clearly trying to get completely different things out of video games. I could make this into a tiny little temple. I kind of like the idea of alleyway temples. Let's go here and make a display. Actually curious about the new migrants, what they think of this place. Well, this one's already, like, we've already got dwarves just, you know, hanging out in the Doctor's Guild, so that's good. Talk to an acquaintance. It's good. And there we go. Boom. There's our artifact. In the middle of everything. Well, I mean, dwarves still wear necklaces on their necks because amulets were added to the game before necks were added to the game. Which I still think is genuinely hysterical. Okay, so this is for what? Okay, so this should be ingredients over here. This will be meat, fish, of which I have none currently, and plants. Just everything can go there. Go, you get that. And down here is going to be... What? Oh, that's a still. Whoops. I made the completely wrong type of shop right there. It's supposed to be a kitchen, not a still. I'm also curious. Oh, wow. That is still this. For some reason, I was expecting this to just land into limestone down here, but this does have what I need. We're into early summer. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things like that in Dwarf Fortress Red New, where it's just like the day that they fix that bug is the day that they have to rebuild this whole system. There's quite a few things like that in Dwarf Fort. I think it's almost part of the charm in a way. Because like Dwarf Fortress is a game built on mechanics which are built on tech debt, which is kind of sucks in some ways, but also is awesome in other ways. Oh no, you should wake her up. Make sure she's still breathing. Check if she's okay. The cat, I mean. Okay, so we've got drinks going there. Kitchen going here. Set this for lavish meal. Just do one. And Travenoid. It's a competent cook. Lavish meal. Let's do 12 every quarter. Let's do 14 every quarter. Maybe once a month. 14 monthly. Travenoid's gonna go make food. We are gonna need to get the rest of this stockpiled up, but it'll be fun. You know, that's an unanswerable question. Like, it's one of the most commonly asked questions, Devo. But to me, it's genuinely unanswerable. I don't know how to answer that question. I never will know how to answer that question. Because I don't know. I think, you know, the feature that would truly take Dwarf Fortress to the next level would be the community to stop complaining about frame rate. That would be about it. Really. And we're gonna put 2 wheelbarrows into there. And we're gonna make 2 wheelbarrows. Because I don't know how many I have, maybe 3. So cyanide. I don't have a military at all. I haven't even started one. So I can either refund that dwarf or you can choose something different. Up to you. What would you like? Wrong button. And also, you're unlikely to die because we're not really fighting much right now. Currently just building. You want to know the truth, Retinue? I don't really play terrifying biomes because I don't find them to be particularly fun. If I'm going to play a terrifying biome, I play it so that it's half and half. So half of the map is like crazy psychotic exploding with blood everywhere, and then the other half is just normal. You want to wait until I have a military? All right. Works for me. Done. Are those wooden grates? Yep. There's a lot of wooden floors and wooden grates, and got wooden chairs too in places, wooden chests. You're gonna go to bed early? Alrighty. We'll see you next Wednesday. See, I don't really like playing in purely haunted biomes. I think purely haunted biomes just kind of blow. In general. Like, they're not really the way I like to play Dwarf Fortress, I guess, is maybe the easiest way to put that. Without just, like, being mean to the game, I guess. I mean, don't write it off. It's just, it's a very particular kind of gameplay, right? That is very different from a lot of the rest of Dwarf Fort. And if you are looking for that type of gameplay, you'll probably enjoy it. But if you're not, you probably won't enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. I don't mind doing a haunted biome every now and again. But when I do a haunted biome, it's never going to be a long-term fort. If it's purely, like, a very evil biome, it's never going to be a particularly long-term fort. So I just don't find that to be particularly fun after a while. Like, it's fun initially. And initially it can be very entertaining, but it loses its welcome quicker than a lot of the other types of forts. So Arende doesn't have a bedroom yet. So this is going to be Arende's bedroom, I think. They're going to have this little outdoor craft source area. And then this is going to be their bedroom. Oh, yeah, totally. Kind of like a Halloween-themed fort. I mean, the last Halloween fort we did has become kind of infamous around here because it's like the last Halloween fort I did, the rule was I just didn't memorialize any ghosts. And it wasn't even a haunted biome. It was like sinister or something. It was an evil biome that like wasn't particularly chaotic. But it was a perfectly normal fort until like the first few deaths happened. And then it accelerated really quickly. There was like suddenly a point where just like I had about 100 dwarves and it went from like 100 to 0 in like 90 minutes. Because like the dwarves just started going crazy constantly, and then combine that with also, not only are they going crazy constantly, but they're also literally killing each other. It was pretty fun, actually. I had a good time. I don't know if I would recommend it necessarily, but it was a fun gimmick for a bit. That's for sure. Most of the dwarves are gathering plants. Actually, kind of curious what we're gathering. Oh, we're hauling onions. Lots of onions. Tons of onions. Have some nicely spiced dinners, I think. Do I have 2 prepare lavish meal jobs? What? Don't. Maybe that's the first one. Yeah, I mean, the last, like, very rough haunted biome I did was Waterlungs. And that fort just kind of got to a point where I just, like, had a bunch of traps and just locked everybody underground and just kind of gave up on ever going to the surface ever. Is what that fort turned into. And it was fun, don't get me wrong. Like, we had a good time. Had a lot of very memorable moments. But, like, boy, it was... I find them exhausting, is maybe the best way to put haunted biomes. Eventually, they just kind of become exhausting. Yeah, exactly. Folk crap. Totally. So, chat room, I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. It's 5:23 p.m. I need to eat something. And then I need to finish editing the Future of the Fortress video to get it out for YouTube. I fucking love the way this fort looks so far. Absolutely adore it. This is... I cannot wait to get to work on this fort some more because, you know, just all of this... These little houses being built here. Everything just looks so quaint. Woo! Like, this fort is just going to be adorbsable in a little bit. Let's just get Travenoid's bedroom here made. So, consider that to be part of your bedroom to make it higher value. Or rather, not Travenoid. Who was set to this one? Arende. Yeah, Arende. Travenoid was the one I just did. The dwarves with bedrooms are Rafts, Big Bang, Travenoid, Deep Sea Fishing. And at some point, the reason I haven't started doing, what's it called? The tombs yet is because I want to have a bit more of a work process set up for them so that when we start doing tombs, I can just be like, all right, so these tombs are all encrusted with 12 gems each and are super high value. It's going to take a little bit. But yeah, don't just run off, though, because we are going to go raid somebody. And I have to say, Twitch chat, thanks for the lovely birthday yesterday. And same with you, YouTube. And I'm going on vacation. So there will be YouTube content up every day from now until I get back. It'll either be a short or a video at least once per day. The VODs should all be scheduled. I'll double check that tonight. And I'm going to Montreal for a week. So if there's any major news drops this week, can't help you. There ain't much I can do about that. And if there isn't, then, well, then we're okay. But if there are major news drops, I will miss them. So it's kind of a presupposed, get ahead of it, making that statement clear. You want to acquire an object, be with family, martial training. Got it. Okay, so we're going to save this fortress. This is Sprithome, which has now become a hamlet. So YouTube, I will see you guys on the flip. Take care of yourselves. If you guys want to come raid with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, VODs can be found over on the at Blind Extras channel. And, yeah, that's it. See you, YouTube. I will be back on the 12th. And Twitch chat, my audio is still messed up. I need to fix it. So, for the raid, still can't do the music, unfortunately. I might be able to, but it would sound horrible and you wouldn't be able to hear me because it's either that or my microphone. So, yeah. Actually, could try something stupid. Nah, I don't want to try and debug my audio right now. All right, so, like I said, YouTube's gone now, so it's just me and Twitch. I'm gonna put a marker here. So Twitch chat. How you been? Can I get a rating for the stream today out of 10? My goal for my first few days back is to just fix the fucking audio. Here's hoping I can get that done. I still need to pack. I haven't done that yet. I was gonna do that yesterday, and then that didn't